Good morning, traders. Anthony Crudele here, and welcome to NinjaTrader Live. Joining me today in studio for this big FOMC day, senior economist Tracy Shuchart. Good morning, Shai.
Good morning, all.
We've got macro strategist Craig Shapiro. Good morning, Craig.
Good morning.
And on the big screen, fresh out of Italy. I say fresh is kind of light, you know. He doesn't look that fresh to me. He's kind of battling. He's battling with his Carolina blue. We got Carolina blue shoes. The whole team is kind of. We'll talk about that maybe. Is our senior market strategist, Jimmy Cagnina. Good morning, Jimmy.
Good morning, Delhi. Let's go Tar Heels.
Yeah. Craig's got his Tar Heel shoes on today. I mean, look we're creating new days here all the time. It's not only FOMC day, it's Tar Heel day. I mean, you know, although I'm a Duke Blue Devil fan, just saying. Coach K, my man, Chicago guy. But we can go in so many different ways this morning. But it is FOMC day, and let's kind of talk a little bit about where we are overnight, and we'll talk about what's leading up to today, what surprises may be, what markets to focus on. And good morning, chat. Glad to be with you all here on this FOMC day, kind of getting through rollover too. Let's not forget about that. By now you should have rolled into the December contract for the indexes. Hopefully you have done that because volume is now moved into DECE. So overnight, you know, markets down modestly, indexes down just a little bit. I mean, NASDAQ's down 15. Russell, I covered my Russell yesterday. I did. I had to get out of it. I didn't want to roll it. I'm like, do I want to hold this in FOMC? I was messaging Craig. I go, and now I'm short NASDAQ. I covered that though. I sold a couple NASDAQ and I made a few bucks on them and I covered it. I'm like, what are you doing right now? Like, stop. Gold today coming in down 20-something bucks, half of 1%. You know, I don't think it's significant much here. It's just a little rotation. Why not take a little gold off going into FOMC? Another new high yesterday in gold. Copper down almost 2%. Maybe Shai has a story as to why that's happening. Silver and platinum both down over 2% this morning as well. So a little selling of precious metals coming into today. Bond market. Bonds 30-year is up again, continues to make recent highs. We'll talk about that this morning. Short end of the curve is flat. 10-year this morning comes in at 4.02. Wonder if we don't see a 3-handle soon, like in 10 minutes. I mean, it's probably going to happen. Dollars up against euro, dollars up against yen, dollars up against Swissy. We've got Bitcoin down nearly 600. ETH is basically flat, just kind of stuck here. Like I said, dollar is up against pretty much everything this morning. It's up small though. Again, FOMC today. I looked at the overnight and I looked at where we are. Not a lot good comes from an FOMC post rollover. Typically, not the best day for day traders. Because you're going from SEP to DECE, and now you've got an FOMC meeting in there. And I guess I'm going to go around the horn today and talk about what you guys think about this. But first, before we do that, Shai, any overnight news we should be discussing?
Yes, we have some overnight news. Well, first, a reminder, it is VIX-piration day as well, and crude OPEX. So that is on the calendar as well, just to add some more on that. We have new SOFR flows, lean dovish ahead of the Fed meeting. The market is pricing in a very dovish Fed. I'm not so sure that they can outdove the market, but we'll talk about that later. Interestingly, we had mortgage applications jump 29.7%. We have the 30-year fixed mortgage rate is about 6.39%, lowest point since October 2024. And we also had almost 60% more people applied to refinance compared to the previous week, and then more borrowers opted for ARMs that carry lower introductory rates, about 13% of all applicants, and that's the highest level since 2008.
I was going to say, that's not good. When they go for those, that's not great news.
We had NVIDIA stock drop to about...
The level's not seen in 3 days.
The level's not seen in 3 days because China has banned its chips, so it did fall on that. The company obviously hoped to resume sales of the H2 or H20 semiconductors. That looks like that's not happening, so it did drop about $5. And so really that is pretty much the news that's moving markets overnight.
Yeah, so not a lot behind us. All of it's in front of us. One thing I didn't mention this morning, and thank you for bringing it up, and I should have put it in my morning note, Vixpiration. What is Vixpiration? I know what it is, but tell everybody what it is.
I mean, 9:30 Wednesday morning, that front month VIX contract expires, which is kind of bizarre into today's Fed meeting because all the news is in the afternoon. So, but that VIX selling and that just broad vol selling, we've been seeing and talking about it for weeks now. And so it's definitely helped levitate markets, and the air of complacency into this afternoon, I think is in there. We're seeing that with, the CTA community very long, the vol control community very long. Risk parity exposures have been rising again. So systematic and passive exposure into the 2 o'clock event is very elevated. So we'll have to see now that the VIX, that front month VIX contract comes off the board. Are there VIX call buying rolls that go on for next month or for the D's contract? I think we'll see that kind of in the lead up to 2 p.m.
I mean, for day traders, it probably brings some volatility right in the open. So I think, maybe there's a trade opportunity there, all of course, based on what your strategies are. And so that, to me, at least brings some excitement into the day. I actually think that's probably going to be more volatility. I wouldn't say more volatility, but I think probably cleaner volatility than what we're going to see later. I think it's going to be a messy, sloppy day. I really do. We'll see. Like I said, we'll go around the horn and see what everyone thinks. Jimmy, welcome back. I know you already started back without me, but I'm first time back with me here today. Overnight action, not going to lean a lot into what the overnight action is on a day like today, but what caught your eye in the overnight?
You know me, Deli. I'm watching the 30-year Treasury bonds right now, and they are continuing to inch up. We had a 4.62% yield print in the cash market this morning. I haven't looked at it since about 6:30 this morning, but it's around that level. It's still moving up, so we're kind of slowly breaking out of this 5 or 6 day, you could use your imagination, consolidation range. The 10-year notes are still in that consolidation range, but the 30-year is inching up pretty strong. And don't forget, a couple weeks ago, we were trading at 113 handle. Now we're at 118 handle. This is a message. This is telling us, yes, we believe that the doves could take over this situation here for a longer period of time other than just one 25 bip rate cut.
Yeah, and we're back in the body, Jimmy, of that big candle move. I don't know if you could squeeze your chart, but show that big candle move back from, what was that, in April?
Yep.
Yeah, see, we're back in that. I mean, that's the one thing. You remember that day? I remember that day when we were on here talking about it, and I'm like, look, when bonds are going down this quickly, you have to watch it. And they accelerated down to the downside, made that big move back up, and then made a new low. And everyone's like, whoa, what's going on here? And look at where we are here today. Little do we know that it should have been like, buy them. And now here we are. We're back up in that body. And it's like, I'll get to the macro team to talk about that in a second. But from a technical perspective, Jimmy, what are you seeing there?
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. I mean, you take a look at the whole picture for the calendar year, and we're just at that midpoint of that big red nasty sell-off, start of this big sell-off that we had on April 7th, and we've hit that midpoint of that candle right now, and it's piercing line midpoint, whatever you want to call it. And so as we continue to grind higher and have higher and higher closes, then on my radar screen, hey, the next target is these wicks up here, this 121 handle target right here, if this continues. So I think some of the messaging is going to be important, but I think this market is telling us we want to close higher.
So let's talk about that with you two, because you see bond markets on the long end, rallying with just a stiff bid, man. I mean, let's face it, this thing has just, since it's finally broken out of that consolidation I was talking about, I was kind of wondering, I'm like, is it going to get pulled right back in? The Godfather Michael moment, do they pull me back in? It didn't happen. Now we're sitting at higher highs that we've been in really since that, going back to that candle, that's the highest day price-wise that we've had since that candle of that day in April. So I think that's very interesting. What are your thoughts on what the bond market's doing?
It's interesting just to kind of thinking back to the narrative that was in place back then versus the narrative now. We had the rally in bonds into Liberation Day, and then for the few days after that, as the world and bond markets were getting very concerned about very aggressive tariffs that were going to lead to a big slowdown in global growth. That was kind of the concern at the time. Then once you got the retaliation, China ratcheting up, U.S. ratcheting up, then the bond market got very scared, right? It was oh crap, we need to get out of U.S. Treasuries. The government has gone rogue here, that there's going to be a massive, not only are we going to have a slowdown, we're going to have a flight from dollar and a flight out of treasuries as a flight to asset class bid. So then the government kind of, walks that back. Bonds go on this kind of, big rally, stocks rally, kind of everything rallies, right? And so fast forward to today, as we are getting back into that range, the dynamics have kind of switched a little bit. It seems like we are back into the concern about global growth, concern about U.S. growth, concern about the labor market momentum again, and bonds are bid on the back of that, and are bid on the idea that the Fed's going to be cutting rates. And so I think the bond market is sniffing out a bit more of a slowdown in the U.S., this deterioration in the labor market, some slowing in consumption. The retail sales yesterday nominally were fine, but real retail sales, inflation adjusted, are showing signs of deceleration. We know the low-end consumer has been struggling, so seems like the Fed rate cuts are on time, maybe a little bit late. We'll figure that out as we go. But it does seem like the bond market is starting to get a little bit more concerned about the growth profile here for the U.S.
Yeah, I agree with that. And Shai, the question I have is bonds. We see them making highs right now. The highs we go back into the body of that April move lower, right? And in a lot of circumstances, I would say that's going to be bullish for equities. If you're going to see long-term rates start to come down, if you're starting to see rates come down across the board, a lot of people would say that's going to be bullish for equities. But now when I see them, this goes back to the velocity of the move. Well, we've been kind of running to get up here in bonds now. Is this a negative sign? Is this a time where equities maybe don't go with bonds, and maybe this is the warning side? Everyone talks about gold being the warning side. Maybe this is it.
Well, it is, because I think that, we kind of have this like upwardly sloping yield curve on the longer dated maturities. And so I think everybody's thinking, oh, well, this means kind of the economy is going to be fine, But I think that there's a whole lot of things going underneath the surface, particularly in the bond market, that maybe this isn't signaling things are going to be okay exactly. We've kind of got the loss of Fed independence. We've got some risk that, treasuries will be converted to zero coupon bonds. They talked about that at Mar-a-Lago. There's threats to BLS. We know everybody's lost confidence in BLS. We've lost confidence kind of in the yield curve itself. If you remember back in what was it, 2022, the yield curve became inverted. It was like at its max inversion in 2023, and everybody said, this is for sure, we're going to be in a recession. This is recessionary, and we didn't have a recession. And so maybe the yield curve is not the barometer that we thought it might be. Yeah,
well, there was a recession that happened but didn't happen. Are we going there right now?
Well, that's a whole other story.
Are we going there right now? Jimmy, let's talk about gold, because gold's another market we're going to watch on a day like today. You come in today, they're down $20, big deal. That's a nothing burger in gold, and gold has just continued to power forward. You're seeing gold and long end go up at this velocity. Again, look at these moves. There's no pullbacks. We were in a consolidation for a while. Let's not forget that. So it's not like, oh God, this thing has gone straight up. It's not like that. But as of late, the whole tone of everything has changed. You get gold and bonds bid. What are you seeing in gold, Jimmy?
Yeah, this is like exponential growth since the 20th of August. This is parabolic, I should say. We really are ripping. And by the way, we got to give credit to Merritt yesterday for stepping in front and saying, yeah, we might have a little bit of a pullback yesterday. So we'll give some credit to him. But this is pretty strong. The moving averages.
I'm not giving him credit for that.
The moving averages are pretty strong, sloping up pretty nicely here. Yeah, we did this sell up, this red candle right here we see right now. It's this is not out of the ordinary, right? So we have this anticipation that's happening coming into the Fed meeting, and things are just settling down a little bit. This is going to resume, in my humble opinion. Stochastics are super, super strong right now. No relief in sight there. So just kind of technically speaking, right now, the trend is strong. There's no doubt about it, and it's in a raging bull disposition right now.
Yeah. Merritt, I got to bust his chops. He's the guy who's betting on the do not pass line when the guy's on a heater at a craps table and he keeps rolling. He's going, that seven's coming. No, I'm just messing with him. Maybe I'm not messing with him. Let's talk about gold. Again, coming into a Fed day, we have to look at bonds. We have to look at gold. Traders, we're trying to broaden your horizons. I know everyone's like, what's going on in the NASDAQ? What's happening in S&P? This is what sets the stage for that, just so everybody understands. Like, this is these markets that we're looking at here to understand this market environment, like what's really going on. We see it from the technical side. Gold has just been on an unbelievable run. You two have both talked continuously about this is a great time for gold. We know that. We think that there's a fundamental story, but you come in today at FOMC. Let's talk about rates. Rates are going to get cut. Talk about the scenario and what you're seeing potentially going on with gold going forward.
Yeah. I think the word is front running, right? I mean, I think this is what the bond market has done. This is what the gold market has done. It's front run the Fed's reaction function. We've traveled to today, and now we've arrived at the decision, right? The Fed is the most important actor in the economy because they're setting monetary policy for the U.S. and we kind of get those decisions, through the quarter and through the months with speeches, but really at decision day. And so the bond market and the gold market and the dollar too, which has been breaking down, are suggestive of a Fed that the market believes is going to be incredibly accommodative, incredibly loose, engage in a cutting cycle that is aggressive and will lead to accommodative financial conditions, before the end of next year. The market's currently pricing 6 cuts between now and the end of December of 2026. That right. Based on the last dot plot, we were at 3 cuts, right? So the market has moved materially.
150 basis points.
And in that time, since July, the July meeting to today, we've had evidence of a deteriorating labor market, but we've also had evidence that inflation remains, very concerning. And so it's not clear that the hawks on the Fed are going to be moving in that direction, at all. And so there is scope for disappointment at 2 o'clock if that dot plot doesn't show the degree of easing that the market is currently pricing. And I think that would lead to, a short-term pullback in gold, a likely bid to, a sell-off in bonds, a sell-off in fixed income modestly. And will equities hold up in that environment? If you're talking about a removal of the market-priced easing, I think that's a concern. So it's going to be, to Shai's point, it's very difficult for the Fed today to deliver a degree of dovishness that is already priced. I think that's the dynamic that we're setting up into 2 o'clock.
I feel a little differently about equities, but I'll talk about that in a second.
I just wanted to mention, if you look at the dot plot, it's almost impossible to get what the market wants. So the 2025 median's currently 50 basis points. You would need 8 members to move lower, which seems like a pretty tall order right now, to change that to 3. And the market is thinking it's 3. And so the dot plot is going to be very important.
Yeah, no doubt. Here's the way I look at it. And Craig, I think first of all, I think your thinking is right. I think, is the market, and maybe this is just me, is the market really that stupid to think that we're going to get 150 basis points cuts by 2026 and they're pricing that much in? I guess that's the question, is are they that positioned that strongly? Are they, if this is a poker hand, am I really betting that that's what's going to come out? Because it's like, come on, man. First of all, the dot from what the market's been pricing in from CME FedWatch tool, you can go back for a while now. It's been aggressive on the cut side, always. So I'm not saying that I don't think that the market, if you do get that kind of hawkish surprise, hawkish is it's a weird word to say when they're going to cut less, but nonetheless, that the market takes that as much of a negative. The question is, again, the way I look at it is, and this is, and I know we're all going to trade the tape for what's in front of us, and I get all that, but what gets interesting here is going forward is that I look at the bond market and go, I think the more bearish thing for equities is bonds keep going up. Because that part I look at and go, like, what is going on? That's why, so I'm thinking like a pullback in bonds is like, okay, we're back in that sweet spot of stable rates. Like rates aren't going to move too much lower, and they're probably saying we're not going to move much higher. To me, that is like equities might take a pullback that I think gets bought again. That's what I see.
Yeah, look, I think it's a question of, again, we talked about the economy. Are we slowing or are we reaccelerating? But as far as the Fed is concerned, I think what could happen is if we don't get a Fed that is as accommodating as the market wants, you actually could be in a situation where that is worse for the economy. They're not providing the stimulus that this economy needs. And so the bond market in the back end actually rallies, right? We'll have some sort of flattener whereby, front end yields are kind of pinned here. The long end rallies more because of concern that there's not enough easing. And so that's the situation where the long end keeps rallying. We kind of take out these, where we approach these highs from April. I think that's a concerning setup for stocks. I agree with that. So the narrative is a Fed that is too late, right? It's a Fed that is not delivering the pace of accommodation that is necessary to meet what is a deteriorating economy. Now, would have thought yesterday, I thought retail sales were going to be worse, right? That was, based on the pace of slowdown, but they've held in there. So we're not seeing the evidence yet that this economy is really falling off a cliff. FedEx reports after the close today. That's typically another good arbiter for consumption. So we'll see kind of how that earnings print goes. But we're just not getting that evidence yet that this economy really, really needs the accommodation. But we know that could change, in the course of the coming weeks. If we continue to get claims that are moving higher and start to see some more deteriorating data, then that bond market will continue to rally. Stocks might not like that. So I think that's on back of a Fed that's not accommodating as much as the market wants.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. And, retail sales isn't bad because people keep spending money. But
we're going to talk to Jeff about that as well.
That keeps going up. Let's not forget about that, right? So all these consumer numbers keep spending and spending and spending. But at some point, I think it's going to hit a wall because debt just keeps going up across the board. That's a whole other different conversation. Maybe later today, but not right now. What were you going to say, Shai?
So, I was just going to add on to something just anecdotal. Anecdotal. What he said about FedEx will be interesting because what we are seeing is cardboard box sales down big, and generally that's what everybody uses.
Out of my house.
Well, me neither. But I got Amazon on one click buy, but cardboard box sales are down across the United States. Obviously, they're used to ship, and so that is kind of one of those weird barometers of maybe what the economy is doing.
Yeah. All right. We've got a short period of time here before data. What's data this morning? We do have news before market opens.
So this morning we have housing starts and building permits, and then FOMC and Powell pressure, and that's it.
Got it. So housing starts this morning and building permits. Probably not much.
I don't think anything's going to move the market.
Yeah. Expiration.
The expiration, that would. But I mean, I don't think there could have been any data that would have really moved the market today.
Okay. Let's do, first of all, good morning, chat. Good morning, everybody. We've got a huge day and lineup for you, starting with Engineer Bear at the top. Of course, we've got Isaac, Paulie, Cooper, Fractal Firmament, Joakim, Thomas, Melvin, Emilio, Adam, My Serona, Phoenix 2099. We've got Mark. We got Doug J. We got Isaac again. Did I say Isaac twice? Yes, I did. Cosperone. Well, he deserves it. Amos, Lee B. We've got Ivan. We got Hey Jude. We got Mahar. We got Anissa. Anissa's old school. She's been here with us for a while. We got my boy Phil Easley. Rob. We got Ozark PB. Larry Pumpkin, Stock Pursuit. Steve Arnold. We got Dr. Serena Reap. Well, I said Cooper earlier. We're going to say Cooper again. JD, Samuel, Jeff, Damon, William. We got Leo's in here. We got Leo today. So let's do a quick preview of what we've got. We've got Jeff Macke this morning. Quick preview of him, and I'll get into what we've got the rest of the day.
Yep, we have Jeff Macke. He is the Wall Street's go-to for analysis on retail companies. He's had a hedge fund called Macke Asset Management, which he founded and ran for 7 years before retiring at 35. He was one of the pioneer members on CNBC's Fast Money. He is now an investor. He's an author, and he knows everything about retail. So I really want to talk to him about consumer spending, retail, what we're really seeing. What are we seeing tariffs show up in the retail side of business and things of that nature?
Yeah. I'm excited to speak with Jeff. I've never met him or spoke with him before, so that'll be exciting to speak with him. We've got a big morning that's going to lead into the afternoon. We've also got Steve Miley, co-founder of Trader Day Funding, talk to us about what's going on in retail prop space as that continues to, bring a ton of people into futures markets. So we'll see what Steve has to say. We've got Trader Kane, and we've got ES Leo. That's on Twitter. He's not really ES Leo. He's really NASDAQ Leo. He's actually, we got a lot of names for a lot of different for Leo, right? He's Kane's. We call him Americane. We got Kane. Can't wait to see the two of them trade. Love that dynamic of the two of them trading. Of course, we've got Stowe following up at Midday Markets. And then this afternoon, we've got Maggie Lake joining the NinjaTrader Live team. Maggie Lake was at CNN. You guys saw her on the show maybe last week. She was then on Real Vision, hosting. Phenomenal. She'll be on with the crew later today, but first she'll have Julian Brigden before FOMC for an interview, and then she'll be with the panel, our crew, the NT Live crew. So excited to have Maggie
here. We are starting early.
Yeah, we're starting at 1:30. And so we'll get there early. It'll be Julian and Maggie, and then it'll be all of you guys throughout the number, showing people what's going on.
Julian's great. We've had him on before, so
yeah.
Looking forward to hearing what he has to say on the macro side of things.
Yeah, and we're going to have a whole new dynamic for FOMC today. It's great because we're going to be able to be able to take a look at what's happening with the news. We'll have direct commentary right away from Craig, and of course, Jimmy, what he's seeing in the charts. So we'll be able to give it to you from all three angles, everybody, which is awesome. And of course, we'll have traders trading live from FOMC onwards. So make sure you stay tuned for that. This morning, again, we've got just over a minute to this data point. Jimmy, quick run through. We're not going to have an edge report today. Maybe we go back to your charts. Let's get ready for breaking news. We haven't talked about equity indexes. Equity indexes have now rolled. We're now DC in S&P, NASDAQ, RTY, and the Dow. Divergence again this morning. I don't think it means much, but nonetheless, what are you seeing in equity indexes this morning?
Yeah, I mean, just focusing in on the E-mini S&P right now, ever since for the whole month of September, actually, there's no retracement in sight, right? I know rollover is part of it, and I have a continuous back-adjusted chart up here right now, but we're holding tight at 66, 65 right now, two baby candles back to back. We're kind of holding tight right now. Big volume clusters, though, actually up around 71 and down around 50. So that's kind of it's like a tweezer. I mean, this is where all the excitement is right now. So it's just pretty relentless again with the moving averages and with the stochastics being super strong for the E-mini S&P. And I was kind of looking at your Russell. We call it the Mighty Russell. Mighty Russell's hit a little bit of a resistance up here, and we're kind of coming into maybe a triangle pattern here with the potential for a breakout one way or the other. This market might be a little bit more sensitive to the discussion that we're going to have with the FOMC members. And one of the interesting things that maybe I'll ask Craig about later is we could possibly have 5 dissents. We could have 2 hawkish dissents. We could have 3 dovish dissents in this meeting, and there's only 12 voters. So I'm wondering if that kind of idea coming out of this meeting is going to affect the Russell.
Yeah, no, and we're going to get the team's full thoughts and report later today. News coming out, Shai?
Housing starts came in lower than expected. At 1.307 million, and building permits also came in lower than expected, 1.312 million. So both lower than expected.
Yeah, almost no reaction as expected. Final thoughts, Craig, before maybe just talk again real quick about Vixpiration before we bring in the guest for this morning, and then we'll see you guys in the afternoon.
Yeah, at 9:30, that September contract, will come off the board. We're likely to see some VIX hedging activity, for the Fed, today. So, look out for, we've seen a lot of times when we rally into that VIX expiry, some of that morning trading is choppy, and some traders are looking to repositions exposures, for October. But this housing number was a pretty soft number, kind of worst number in 5 years for starts. So again, that's a data point there on the slowing economy side. So housing is particularly sensitive for the administration, but all eyes on 2:00. We'll see to what extent the Fed's ready to deliver the accommodation that the market is desiring. Whether or not the economy needs it or not, still TBD, but certainly the market wants it and it's priced for it.
Yep. All right. Well, we'll see you and the crew later today. Jimmy and Craig, thanks so much.
Thanks.
All right. We'll see you guys later. All right, Shai. Again, quick preview. We've got Jeff in the background waiting to just hop in. I already got my first question ready for him.
All right.
Who are we speaking with? Jeff Macke?
Jeff Macke is known for his analysis on the retail space. He's at Jeff Macke on Twitter, investor, author, all-around great guy. So looking forward to hearing about retail sales and consumer.
Yep. Okay. Let's bring in Jeff.
Hey, good morning. Happy Fed Day, you guys.
Good morning, Jeff. How are you doing this morning?
I'm doing pretty well. I mean, it's a Fed day. CNBC is full of Donald Trump kind of at Windsor Castle. It's weird. We live in strange times, but things seem to be holding in there just fine. It's just, this is an unprecedented day in a lot of ways. I'm not sure what to make of it. I don't think anyone else is really either.
No, exactly. Let's talk about Fed Day. The entire world, FinTwit, XTwit, whatever we want to call it. Is it XTwit? That's kind of weird, right? But is it? But yeah. We'll call it FinTwit. And when we look at it, everyone's saying, two-way move, likely a rally in stocks, and then followed by a fade. It feels like everybody's got it perfectly planned out. I have no idea what's going to happen. I always wait to see. I don't think these are the days where I initiate any positions. Just what are your thoughts coming into today? Expectations are 25 basis points. I think the surprises obviously would be if he did 50. I don't think most people think that's going to happen. But what are your overall thoughts coming into today?
As accommodative as they need to be to not get fired. It's, this is, again, it's an unusual time. I'm not sure why they're cutting. I'm absolutely would be shocked if they did anything other than 25 and sort of did the president's bidding on this. I think the entire economy we're waiting, at least from the retail perspective, and that's the side I look for. Everyone's been waiting for the consumer to roll over and die pretty much since April, if not before that. And it just hasn't happened. We saw it again yesterday with retail sales. Was it a great number? Nope. But was there evidence that we're sliding into this inexorable kind of economic slowdown? No, not really. And that's what we heard from Walmart. All the kind of good merchants are out there slogging around. And they're telling us that the tariffs are going to come through in the back half. That's been something we've known for a while. The lesser retailers, frankly, have no idea what they're going to earn. That's been priced in relatively effectively by the market. And we're back in a situation where consumer stocks really have just started breaking above where they were in late January, which was sort of the period that I marked. That's when I think it was February 1st, the White House posted, we're serious about tariffs. And everyone kind of adjusted to that, cue everything leading up to Liberation Day. But since then, it's the markets and the consumer names have been fighting back and they're just now breaking out. Home Depot's up, 75 points since July. That's a huge move for Home Depot. That's pricing in a lot of kind of robust business going on and stuff that has just been moribund for over a year at the Home Depot. So, you've got a decent number of stocks that are relatively low priced on a multiple basis that are behaving really well if some sort of economic apocalypse is coming. I don't see it happening. I don't see their sales picking up any great shakes either, but that seems to be okay. The stocks just aren't that expensive.
So I want to talk real quick about the Russell 2000 then. I mean, we have had a lot of conversations on here talking about, if this economy is so strong, why can the small caps not gain any legs? Looking at the retail sector the way that you do, why has the Russell struggled? And maybe is it now the time for the Russell to thrive maybe?
Let's look at the difference between the have and the have-nots, and retail's a great kind of lab through which to see that. It's a terrific lens. You have three names, Amazon, Costco, and Walmart. They're just playing a different game, right? They're so much bigger. I mean, FedEx reports tonight. I heard Tracy talk about that. normally a great economic tell. The truth is they're getting it handed to them in the marketplace by Amazon to the degree that it's hard to know how much of an economic indicator FedEx is at this point because Amazon's eating their lunch. It's, Target's rolling over. That's normally would be kind of a decent tell. They're not really relevant in the consumer mind or in the retail space right now. And in the smaller cap retailers are really kind of struggling along with, they're more affected by these tariffs than anyone else. You didn't see big companies. You didn't see Walmart say, you know what, we screwed up. We brought in goods from China during the absolute peak of tariffs, and that's going to hammer our third quarter. That's not a thing that happens to Walmart. It's a thing that happens to Express. It's a thing that happens to kind of lesser stores in the mall. And if it's a really hard time to turn these smaller plays around, but it's a great time to be big. It's a great time to have kind of the trend in your favor, the tailwind of a decent trend. You're seeing like in Levi's, denim companies. It's Levi talked yesterday. They're getting 9% growth. You can argue for why that is, but that's orders of magnitude bigger than it was last year. And so really that matters more to them than any type of tariff news. The market prices in the tariff and they see the trend and you end up with a stock that's sort of benignly moving higher.
And, we have seen some weakening in the labor market. Obviously, we've had revisions throughout the summer and low print last month. Does this filter into the consumer at some point, or is that something we should be worried about?
We should. We've got the canaries lined up at outside the coal mine. Everybody's waiting for them to die, right? And they're just not. They're just not rolling over. And you get on these conference calls. I spend a ton of time listening to the companies and just kind of hearing them out, talking to management. And they're openly worried about a lot of the tariff stuff. They really don't know what their costs are going to be. They're passing on the price hikes throughout the consumer. So American consumers are in fact eating it. And it's having a disproportionate effect on lower income groups. But again, they're just not, they're still spending. They're not going away. We saw that with retail sales yesterday. They were really kind of stronger than the pessimists would have thought would happen. But once you get through back to school, once you get into this fall period, all of a sudden you get a lot of next year problems. And the market's going to trade off what they earn next quarter, not next year.
Yeah, that makes sense. I was going to ask about the back to school, but you mentioned that, and I was wondering how much that affected the retail numbers yesterday. But
what else affected them, Tracy? If I can cut in, they pulled forward so many goods. Home Depot started Halloween on August 3rd. That's not a normal thing to do. So they had the full blown Halloween sales in retail. That's a big deal. That dedicates maybe 10% of their store space to just kind of Halloween displays in mid-August, early August. That's crazy. How much was back to school affected by it? In terms of the product pull forward, because that's a very discrete season that you can't really go earlier. But by all accounts, back to school was pretty good. It was decent. You didn't see a ton of kind of going down the scale in terms of what people were buying. You saw, again, as back to school goes, typically the holidays tend to follow suit. And it would be much more unusual to see the consumer roll over here towards the end of the year at this point in where we are in this cycle than it would be to just see it kind of continue in a decent, not terrific year. But when I look at surveys that say, the holiday season is going to be down 5% this year, I'll take the other side of that all day, just all day.
And if going back to the Fed, they're going to do 25. The market's expecting it. Everybody's expecting it. I hardly see them throwing a curveball into the market. But, does this do anything at all for the consumer or for the retailers?
Not a damn thing. I mean, it's perhaps you can kind of come up with an argument for it trickling. But when you talk to the companies, they've become really myopic in terms of, we got to figure out how we're going to get product in. We still have 25% of our stuff coming in from China. We have no idea what the tariff's going to be. We got a boat full of 5 tons of T-shirts, and our cost of goods sold is going to vary by 10%, 15%, 20%, depending on what hour we bring that in, what we pay in terms of the tariff. So, it's what's my Fed rate? They are not asking. They're not concerned. So not really is the answer.
We see retail spending and all the sales continue to stay steady and going up. At what point does debt become an issue?
It's debt for who? Debt for the consumer or debt for the companies themselves? The companies themselves are actually The consumers are great unknowable. In terms of what the consumer says to a pollster versus how they're behaving, right now they're still behaving as though they don't have a concern in the world. And you can measure the debt that's going up for them in any number of ways. And sure, it's going higher. But again, I like to look at what they're doing at the cash register, and they're still buying. You're seeing a drift from people, like the restaurants are starting to roll over a little bit, but so people are buying more groceries than they are going out to eat. That's a slight indicator. It's a slight tell, but we're just not seeing anything. It's whether you look at weekly sales, monthly sales, you look at something like Costco. If Costco is printing 8% same store sales, it's hard to come up with a world where the American consumer is doing so poorly. Just because, again, those three giants have such a huge chunk of the marketplace, they give you a really good look at what's happening on a consumer frontline basis. And again, right now, they're still spending. Now, they say, okay, there's been weakness in the sub 100,000 a year income group. That's all. It's true. It's not something they can really quantify yet on a mass merchant basis, but it's also true that $100,000 a year just isn't what it used to be. So, you got a few different things going on there.
Yeah, we talked about bonds earlier, and the long end continues to come down. I guess I'm curious what your thoughts are at the pace that it's coming down. You're seeing, I don't know what 30 is today. I know the 10-year is probably going to have a 3 handle on it by the end of today. It's like 4.02 right now. Does that start to help the consumer? I know the 25 basis point cut may not, but when you look at the bond markets themselves, long end continues to come down. Is that going to start helping? Housing? Is it going to start helping a lot of other things?
Like I said, you're seeing the housing getting priced like it's going to help. Again, Home Depot doesn't just put on 75-point rallies. That's not a stock that moves 20% in these big gaps, particularly over the last few years. And so we're kind of pricing in. I don't know when that starts helping the consumer. In theory, it will, right? The home builders have been strong. Home Depot is Lowe's, companies that are more kind of a manufacturing, more commercial, and also kind of a domestic type of home indicator. Those stocks have both been strong with pretty mediocre earnings. Not much has changed in terms of what they're reporting. And in fact, their margins might be a little more constrained over the back half. But really this year so far has been defined by resiliency to that. And so in terms of how the consumer behaves, it's what I would think they would be helped by it. I would think that would provide a little bit of a tailwind, but this is the first time we've had such a willfully applied kind of regressive tax applied to so many people all at once in the form of these tariffs. And just everyone's adjusting to this new reality. And in terms of the economics of it, you end up with a year that's 9% up on the S&P that feels like it's been a much bigger rally than that. But, we're entering October and it's been kind of a fine year. We've showed a decent amount of resiliency and it seems to be in place. Now that sounds a lot like complacency because it's been, from the equity side, a hugely losing bet to be trying to fade this the entire way. So yeah, it makes you a little complacent, but that's been the money-making strategy so far.
Yeah. And the only reason I asked the bond question is just because, as traders, investors, we're looking at it going, if the bond market starts to go up, is that ultimately going to help consumer with rates going down across the curve, or is that signaling something else that maybe that doesn't happen? So just curious what your thoughts.
I think our signals are screwed up. I guess it's a shorter way of answering that. I think all of our signals have been ridiculously tweaked, and they're just kind of we've never been in an environment like this before, and so we're looking for nuances from the Fed today. We've never had a Fed chair that he was going to get fired if he didn't cut. Which was kind of that's never been the case. So you take the nuance of a dot plot kind of out of the equation when everyone's operating their own self-interest in a fairly obvious way, in a fairly kind of holy crap, of course they're gonna be accommodative because they're getting just an unprecedented amount of heat from upstairs. That wasn't on the table before. It is now. The market has handled that with, you'd have to say, sort of aplomb overall. I look at that gold chart you guys popped up there and it's like, holy crap. When was the last time that was a momentum play? 3 years ago and very briefly, but that's a chart that's gone up 29 out of the last 30 days from the looks of that candle that you guys showed there. That's just an amazing looking chart. I don't know exactly what it means in this environment because again, I think the old rules have been chucked.
Yeah, no, and we have to end it there, Jeff. I mean, I agree with you totally, and I can't thank you enough for taking time to speak with us today. Watched you way back in the early days of CNBC, followed you for a lot of years. Really appreciate you taking the time to come on YouTube and joining us here on NinjaTrader Live. Thank you so much.
My pleasure, guys. Good to see you.
Thank you.
Yeah, I think becomes the interesting conversation, Shai. The retail, you listen to him when the retail's doing so well, that if the bond market keeps going up on the long end, I'm very curious to see what that does to equities.
Yeah, I am as well. But I do think he had a really good point saying, all the signaling is kind of wrong. And that was kind of what I was talking about earlier, saying, if the inverted curve doesn't mean we, have a recession, does a flattening curve mean that the economy is going to be great?
We don't know. We don't.
Right?
You know who we haven't had on here yet? We have to bring in Ira Harris and talk about that because he's the one who would, because that stuff is just. But that stuff will start coming into play.
Yep.
So, all right, Shai.
All right.
We will see you in chat, and remember, everybody, starting early today, 1:25 is when we're going to be starting today. We've got Maggie Lake with Julian, then we've got the whole team. Everyone will be in there giving you commentary throughout FOMC. Going to be an interesting day today, to say the least, Shai, and we're going to be looking at you in chat, and we'll be looking for you later this afternoon.
Perfect.
All right, everybody. Next up, we have Steve Miley from Trade Day. Steve, good morning. How are you?
I'm very well, thank you. It's actually good afternoon for me, so I'm in the UK.
Oh, you're in the UK. So talk to us about Trade Day.
Yeah, well, Trade Day's been going for 4 or 5 years now. From its initial birth to launch about 4 or 5 years ago, and which kind of sort of perversely in this industry makes us one of the sort of early guys on the scene. So which it doesn't seem right for us only being 4 or 5 years old. I still feel like we're in our beginning stages, but we've got a mature head really on us now.
Yeah, I've talked about retail prop quite a bit lately in here, and I've talked about, I come from the old school side of futures. I worked as a runner, then I was a clerk, and then I had to become a member to even trade electronically. I went through all of that. The path into futures now, it comes through retail prop. I mean, it's just the reality of it, which holds a very big responsibility, Steve. I mean, that's the way I look at it, right, is that you guys are getting the first touch of futures more than pretty much anything else. And so, like I said, that comes with a great deal of responsibility. And one of the things that I've talked about on here was seeing that path to live, to actually trading live. Talk to us about what happens at Trade Day to getting that trader from that sim environment to getting funded and what it takes for them to get that in a live account.
Yeah, well, funny enough, myself and my co-founder, James Thorpe, we both met on the trading floor in London, the London International Financial Futures Exchange, which you'll know, the life market. And we had a lot of guys came over from when that was launched to help out from the CME and the CBOT. And so I started my career there. So as a yellow jacket on the trading floor, I was a phone broker with Merrill Lynch Bank of America, and then when the floors started to end, I segued into research as a technical analyst with Merrill Lynch. But that aside, yeah, you're right. I mean, it is a very changed game from that was the last century, and this is a new century now, and there is a lot of responsibility there. And I think that's kind of one of the things that makes Trade Day really stand out from a lot of our competition. Not all the competition. Effectively the founding father of this kind of retail prop industry is Top Step, and I think they're doing a really good job of trying to communicate to the users, what's involved with prop trading on futures. But we have a whole host of educational content on the specifically on the futures markets. So things like, what is the rollover? What is expiration? A lot of traders don't understand that, who maybe have had exposure just to trading individual stocks, or we have a huge community that come across from the CFD trading world around the globe. And so they just don't really understand what's going on the future side and the nuances to futures. They understand the leverage because there's leverage everywhere now, particularly in that CFD world. So I think the leverage is not so much of an issue as it was maybe 5, 10 years ago to get that communicated. But we try to do a good job on that as well. So we try to educate on the leverage. We try to educate on what futures are, on top of having the normal kind of education around fundamentals, macroeconomics, technical analysis, etc. On top of that, I provide, I'm a technical analyst at heart, so I provide institutional grade technical analysis to all of our users. We have a daily webinar, which I've just done, that kicks off the day. It's 10, 15 minutes, nothing like what you guys are doing here, but just a kind of a recap of the day before and overseeing what's coming up for the kind of next for the next 24 hours. We provide a daily 24/5. It's a 24/5 Squawk service. We have a partner called Live Squawk. So that's all part of the package with Trade Day. So you can turn that on and get 24-hour, 24/5 coverage of what's going on in the market, so you're in tune. And we have 3 mentors who each have, so I'm like a 30-year market veteran. They all have at least 25 years, some of them about 35, 40 years experience. And we sponsor that mentoring service. So users can pay, it's $99 for 2 sessions. I mean, and that's just incredible value. It still shocks me how few people take us up on that, because these guys have just got so much experience, and they have it from the psychological side, the technical analysis side, and from the kind of risk management, the kind of the real institutional trading side. So I think we provide a lot, to be quite frank, and I think, I don't want to blow our own trumpet, but it's a little bit what I'm here to do, is to say that, we're trying to do the right thing. We are trying to do the right thing and educate along the way. Obviously, we're in it for profit as well, and to find traders who can be profitable. But that all comes from making sure that everyone has at least a base level and an intermediate understanding of what they're dealing with.
Yeah, well, people probably don't spend the $99 because there's so many guys with Lambos on YouTube that they're learning from them. That's probably what it is. A little jab there, but
Yeah.
I had it, Steve. I had to do it. I couldn't hold back on it. So it's interesting. I see what you guys are doing to separate. I see what you guys are doing to separate yourself from the pack. Talk to us about the users. What are they mostly trading? Is it mostly S&P and NASDAQ? Are you getting people into other products? Because Steve, you come from the life floor. You remember how we used to have all of the different people and all the different products? Today it feels like everybody would be in the NASDAQ pit, or everybody would be in the S&P pit. And to me, that doesn't really, it doesn't give the trader, I think, the real opportunity to view the world of markets, because I think a lot of traders maybe shouldn't be trading NASDAQ, maybe shouldn't be trading S&P, maybe they should be trading gold, maybe they should be trading crude, maybe they should be trading bonds. We don't talk about the bond market enough, but the bond market is as far as I'm concerned, a better market moving wise, that most people can conceptually come in and trade and build strategies on and not get whipped around as much. But not a lot of people look at it. So what are you guys doing to help them get into other products?
I mean, we do try to talk about, it's a little chicken and egg, if I'm really honest. I try to talk about on the webinars, bring in, I just did the webinar just now, and I'm looking at the Fed Watch tool, looking at the interest rate curve, looking at bond yields, trying to introduce this stuff, because a lot of the time, I mean, as you know, the bond market is the dog wagging the tail of the equity indices, right? So, and sometimes it becomes super important to be watching that and watching the levels on that, even if you're not trading it, even if you're trading the S&P and the Nasdaq. But as you know that they are super flavor of the month at the moment. They continue to be flavor of the month, and I completely agree with you that the volatility in the way bond markets probably move is more suited to the retail prop trader. I think that's completely correct. But I think the problem is there are a lot of people advertising gold Lambos throughout the internet and on social media, and they're all trading NQ, and everyone wants to be in something that moves super fast. And that does move fast when it moves. And even when it's not moving, on a piece of data or on a piece of news, the very, very short term second to second volatility is high. So that's what they're looking for. I think there's a little bit of FOMO that gives that, and there's a little bit of, inability to delay gratification and be in it for the longer haul, which is slow and steady, is the way forward. But unfortunately, that's not the world we live in right now, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it isn't. And really, nothing you or I can do to teach that. They have to inherently want to do that and take that path. All you and I can do is talk about it. I believe so much that the day trader themselves, if they want to figure it out, they'll figure it out. I remember the advice my dad said to me when I kept coming home every day on the train saying, like, I can't figure this out. He's like, if you really want to do it, figure it out. It was like one of the best advice someone gave to me. It was like, I complain about it, or I was just kept, doing the same thing, the definition of insanity. But it's like, until you slow things down and look across all the different markets and really spend time and give yourself some time in this space, it's just not going to come easily, and everybody wants it today. But as we both know, like we said, it's not going to happen. Last question for you today. Sustainability of them going live, because this is important, right? You and I come from the backdrop where the careers were built in live. I think it's extremely important to see a lot of these retail prop firms get people to live and create that sustainability, that path to longevity. Like, that's where the real money is made. That's where the career is made. How is that looking for your traders? What does it look like once they go live? How are they making that transition and building, careers from there?
Yeah, I mean, the thing we've introduced in the last 3 or 4 months, and we kind of did it sort of in the background for about a year just to test the water with it. And we launched it officially about 3 or 4 months ago. We call it our milestones when someone goes into a simulation environment. So they're in a funded stage, but they're in a simulation environment still. And we have them move up in milestones of $5,000. And so each $5,000 profit, and that's gross profit. So if they take funds out, then those funds they've taken out count towards that gross profit. They have to halt trading. Their trading is reviewed. It's partially automatic, but also a manual review, which is labor intensive. But for us, what it means is we can analyze a trader along the way as they are progressing at $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, and then kind of take a look at, from both their perspective and our perspective, if the risk management dictates that they should make that move into a live environment. So I don't think really anyone else is doing that and doing it as gradually. I mean, other prop companies do move them from like a funded, we call it our funded sim, funded live, but from a sim environment when they're getting in a payout position to actually a real live account. And that allows both them and us to take a breather along the way, which I think is important. It's not just swing for the fence, make $20,000, $30,000 and then give it back 2 days later, right? It means it's a little bit more gradual, and then it's reviewed by our internal risk managers, and then we make a decision. And then there's also kind of a conversation. We try to keep it at that point when someone is about to move live, to keep it as personal as we can, given scalability. And then we also strongly encourage them to have a session with one of our mentors, particularly on the psychological side. Particularly James has seen this. James has run huge professional prop firms globally out in China. And there's a significant drop off even at the pro level from like the sim to live move. And so we try to do as much to sort of soften that as much as possible, give some advice, send some emails out, and also encourage them to take that mentoring and get some advice on how to deal with that.
Yeah, no, that's great. I'm glad that you're doing that, Steve. It's been great to speak with you. And I think, hearing what you're doing from beginning to for when they first come in and trying to help them build their career, again, I think it's an immense responsibility as the people who are now getting the first people into futures, and good to know that guys like you are behind the scenes trying to help make that happen. Steve, thank you so much for joining me here today.
Thank you.
All right, traders, it's Wednesday. It's FOMC day. It is really it's not the end of roll, but roll is kind of moved. If you haven't moved from September to Dece, Hopefully you've done that by now. Dece is now the front month, and pretty much everything I think everything is really rolled. And this morning we talked a lot about what's going to potentially happen later today with FOMC. As I stated earlier, you're going to have a jam-packed afternoon starting at 1:25. Maggie Lake joining NinjaTrader Live to host with Julian Brigden. Then we've got the entire crew going to be here from at NinjaTrader Live guiding you through FOMC. But before that, we've got some business to do. We've got Vixpiration also that comes up at 9:30 this morning, which Craig talked about earlier, so we could expect some volatility here. And no one better to do it than we've got the dynamic duo of NinjaTrader Live. It's time to trade the open with Kane and Leo. What up?
What up?
Hello. How are we?
Good. Busy morning here at NinjaTrader Live. A lot going on. Leo, you were in here early this morning, dude. What's up?
I got to be on stream. I might as well be in the chat.
That's right, man. We had a big cat in there. Probably heard us talk about a lot of stuff. One thing that's coming up is Vixpiration. Not something that I ever really followed much before in my life. It was one of those things where I kind of knew it was there and whatever. I know, it's kind of interesting. We've got rollover kind of coming off of, SEP. Everyone should be into Dece now, as I just talked about. And then you've got this Vixpiration right on the open today where the front month of VIX comes off. And you're going to see some new money coming in, especially on an FOMC day. Maybe that brings some busy, some volatility to you guys. And then later in the day, we've got FOMC. Always felt bad for Kane having to come in on a Wednesday for an FOMC day in the morning. And we'll get to him on his thoughts in a second. But Leo, you come in, you got all these kind of crosswinds, and I know you're always eye on the ball of what you're going to be doing, but you can't kind of help but recognize that you've got Vixpiration, you've got FOMC later. What's the mindset approach coming in on a day like today?
There's a lot of things that you should be doing on a day like today, and unfortunately, trading is unlikely to be one of them.
Chores?
Yeah, charts have chores. Just cleaning up your house from a chart standpoint, cleaning up your desk. They're usually, we are absolutely just celebrating this 50-point range, 60-point range in the last 2 days. And it would be very strange for us to break from this range prior to FOMC. I'm optimistic. Obviously, we're here, and we'll trade it if it happens. But yes, this is going to be a doozer, just like yesterday afternoon was, because yesterday afternoon we were in the same range that we're in this morning. So nothing has changed, and then nothing ever happened. Crowds wins.
Yeah, I know. Well, Kane's going to be talking to all the chicks in chat today. That's what he's going to be doing. He's not going to be looking at the charts. He's going to be going, let's see who's DMing me. He's going to be on Instagram. He can't lie to me. But we'll and also too, I didn't mention this, but yeah, I know. Well, that's what we got here, Leo. So hit the like and subscribe button. We get to 150,000. We didn't talk about this much this morning, but 150,000 are going to be doing a lot of giveaways. Remember, we're giving away Ferragamos for packs. We're going to be giving away, I think it's a Versace robe when XY is on stream. And we're going to be giving away, Kane, we got to figure out a pair of glasses that if you can't find the exact ones you had, but we're going to be giving away a pair of glasses, Kane's blue glasses. Leo, what are we going to be giving away when you're on here with him?
That's a great question. I'm not sure.
Think about this.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this gives you something. Maybe just do some Google searching this morning or something we could do. A big cat, like a big cat doll that we just send. Great.
That would be funny, actually.
Yeah,
that would be funny.
So, Kane, what's up, man? How you doing?
Not much, brother. You? I was a little bit late today. Apologies to production.
Yeah, that's why I was just buying some time, giving you a moment just to get in here and just, get set. I saw you doing the scramble, and we didn't want to get to you too early. But you heard Leo what he talked about coming in. There's just, obviously, I appreciate you guys being here on a morning where it's not going to be the easiest mindset, thought process coming into today.
Yeah, I mean, not much. I echo everything Leo said. I mean, on a day, if you can't put the market down today, then trading's probably just not for you. Especially, the last week has been pretty boring. We've been very range bound. We've not really got any expansive moves. If we have any targets, they have to be pretty small. And overall, just everything points to today and this week. Just need to get it out of the way. If we didn't have obligations to come here, entertain, and talk through the markets, I'd be cutting the grass, and I fucking hate cutting the grass. So, um, you know, but yeah, no, and there's
What
not
would
much,
you
not
do
much.
to have a drone? I want a drone over Kane's lawn of him cutting the grass, Leo. That could be like, the intro for you guys. Like
Do
we
you
do
think
like
he
clips
actually
of like where
cuts
you
his
guys
own
are.
grass?
Kane's.
I don't cut my own grass,
Yeah,
but I
I
will.
kind of
I
do.
will. I
No?
don't. So I will get a drone. I've got a drone. I will get the drone out, and I will cut my own grass and post it to Twitter. Not today because it's raining, but I will at some point.
Okay.
When we get to 150K
Yeah.
subs, I'll do that. That's the one thing I will do.
Yeah. We're getting a lot of places here this morning on the markets. It's everywhere but markets this morning, folks. But
Yeah.
again, this is what you do. This is what we did actually on the floor. We used to play card. We used to come in on the open for FOMC day. I remember no matter what, I would come in on the open on FOMC day. We wait and see if there was a layup trade. We'd all stay for like 30 minutes, and if there was nothing, we'd all leave. In the middle of the day, we would play cards in the office, or we would go do some, other extracurricular activities. Not going to say what they are, but we did some other things, and we went out and had a little fun sometimes. It got a little wild, and then you come back, and everyone would come in right before FOMC, and again, the one thing about like the floor I was able to see everyone's kind of like faces, and coming in to like right as the number would come in. It's funny, you'd always see the best guys, just literally sitting back. You'd see the guys that are trying to make the quick buck. Like you could just see all the different personalities. It's kind of funny. But who are the best? They'd always wait. And then I'd always wait to kind of see what the best guys were doing. And when they put their hands up, you're like, okay, now they actually see something. And today, and obviously we don't get to see all the people's reactions besides what we see here on YouTube. But yeah, it's interesting. The dynamic is it's have fun on FOMC morning. And then wait for it, get serious, slow things down when the number comes out. If something comes, it happens. If not, it is what it is.
Hey, you didn't tell me you used to trade on the booger sugar.
What's a booger sugar?
We'll talk about it
booger
later.
Sugar?
Yeah, the chat will tell you. Yeah.
Did I miss this?
Do you think
What was it?
NinjaTrader do you think NinjaTrader would get mad if we just streamed like an online poker tournament instead of trading?
Yeah, I think they might.
Well, yeah, I mean, if we accidentally saw,
Then he's like, not sure.
if all of a sudden Leo's, yeah, I mean, I would be watching. I mean, I don't know, I don't know let's see what compliance would be saying about it, but I'd be watching. You guys playing, flipping cards online. That'd be interesting.
We got you to say the word that Shab never told us never to say. You can't say that word, Deli.
Yeah,
the C word.
It's banned.
Yeah. You're gonna have a call.
You see how much I'm learning here this morning? This is
yeah. Booger sugar. Don't ever say the C word.
Deli, what do you think FOMC is gonna do? Tell me that before you go.
What do I think FOMC is going to do? I don't think it's going to do much. I mean, I think it's going to be really a chop fest. I think you're going to see people overreact to something that there should be no need for an overreaction, and that's the way I feel about it. I wouldn't touch today, especially coming off of rollover. And it was like going to be 50 basis points potentially. I think it got up to like 50, 60% potentially for that because of, I don't know if it was a PPI number, and then it came all the way back down. Powell is not known for surprises. I think in the announcement, we talked about it this morning, where it does get interesting and where I think like Tracy and Craig will bring a lot of perspective later, is the dot plot is looking at 150 basis points of cuts between now and the end of next year, so over the next 15 months. Does anybody really believe that? You can't tell me there's that many people out there that are positioning themselves to believe that the market's going to do that. I think that that's kind of horseshit. And I think that if they walk that back a little bit from what the projections are of the 150 basis points, I think that could spark some volatility. But again, I think it would be an overreaction. So my thought process is that, let today kind of be what it is. Watch tomorrow's reaction to today. I think Friday, Monday next week, I think the market starts to decide really a true directional trend into the end of the year. Maybe not quite into the end of the year, but I think that the moves start to clean up. I think the next 24, 48 hours is a recipe to get chopped up. Again, if I didn't need all of you guys to be here, I would be like, look, you probably want to be doing something else, but that's why we're glad we got you guys here to guide people and to be patient. But I think this is the biggest no trade we've seen in some time today.
Agreed. Yeah. Market's just hella boring. It's not been this boring for a while, and we're coming off summer, which is shocking. So, yeah.
I know. I mean, you're coming off a rollover too. Let's not forget that, right? I mean, you've got a lot of open interest that's still going to roll. Pax is going to talk about that on Friday. So it was a late roll, and then you've got FOMC that was maybe going to be 50 basis points. The market feels like it's priced everything in. You're going to have a lot of positioning shuffle, I think, between SEP and DEES. Some people initiating some new positions into futures. This morning with Vixpiration, it gets interesting because there's so much complacency. Does it spark some volatility prior to FOMC? We'll see. I mean, again, if it gets busy, I'd be ready for it. But if it's not, I wouldn't over anticipate anything. Don't be, don't be the story per se, right? Don't be the guy who's in his own fast market on a day that doesn't call for it. That's the key.
I would like for the market to move this afternoon. I definitely want to go somewhere. Too.
Yeah, I would. I guess I tweet about it, but I think this is a recipe for a bigger correction into the back half of the year. I think it's a nice set layup, If they don't take it, then bulls just win and we just keep going up.
Yeah.
Some Viper Trade says Anthony looks lost. Y'all got Uncle confused. Confused. I'm not that old, Viper. I'm gonna mute Viper's ass out of here. I think in about 2 seconds.
Oh,
call me Uncle already.
Snap! He called you Unk. The Unk's not too bad. He could have called you really old.
Come on, dude.
Unk is not bad.
Me and Leo are only 8 years apart.
Yeah, bro, you're Unk status. Just accept it, bro. You're Unk status. That's a compliment for you. It's good. I'm telling you, it's a compliment. I'm telling you.
Yeah, I know. Well, I mean, Pax he's Uncle Pax. I'm Uncle Deli. This is not right. Something's gonna change. I'm gonna dye my hair.
Now the chat has figured out they figured it out. They're all gonna call you Unk now.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, listen, age is not, it's a weak point for me. I'll tell you that. I mean, I can't believe I'm coming up to 50. I think about it and I'm like, Jesus, dude. I can't, what? I feel like I still feel 30 though, Oh, man. All right. Well, I'll leave it to you guys. Everybody in chat, thank you so much for being here, except maybe a couple of you that are calling me Unk. But aside from that, we're glad that you're all here. Hit the like button and subscribe button. Remember, 150K, that's really where the party begins. And we're going to be celebrating with Kane's glasses. Somebody's going to get them. Like we said, XY's Versace. That Versace robe is going to be sick. And we got Ferragamos for Pax. We got to figure out what Leo was going to give away and the rest of the team, but it's going to be a lot of fun. So make sure you subscribe to NinjaTrader Live here. Boys, thank you so much. You guys are the best, man. I appreciate you both. I'll see you guys in chat.
See you later, Deli.
Mr. Tiger, how are you?
I'm just...
You're ecstatic. I can feel it, actually. The energy's going through my screen.
Anything going to happen today?
I imagine exactly. Yeah. Okay. So I imagine something's going to happen after 2 o'clock. But it might be time to trade silver.
I have a silver chart up. Look,
same actually, but silver is down 2% on the day.
All I have are candles. I don't have anything else on this thing. So I don't even have concept of time or volume or anything on this.
The thing is right, and I was saying this to a lot of people yesterday. It's like I can't even escape equities with metals because metals are also all-time high and doing nothing other than
Yeah.
going up. So it's like, is it time to switch to bonds? No. Um,
I
and no, it's not.
Is it
I'm not.
time to start looking at other markets as a trader as you mature?
I mean, sure. Do I want to actively day trade all markets? Probably not. I feel like that's a recipe for disaster. But then the counter argument to that is be more selective about the better setups on the day. Because right now, there's just nothing in equities for anyone. And I'm sure someone's going to make the argument that there's something for them. Um, there's just nothing here for me.
Mm.
So, we gapped, obviously, with the rollover, you've got this huge gap now. And yeah, it's just not moving. I would have expected a decent retrace tomorrow. We didn't get it. Maybe we'll get it today, but it'll be news driven and I'll be out of it. It's like it's a comeback Monday play. Yeah. What
I'm
markets
back
would you
Monday.
trade?
I don't know.
Silver. 25.
6E. I have looked at gold in the past. I just never have gotten super, dedicated to it, I guess would be the term. I would look to trade something that was non-index correlated. Well, not to say correlated, but just non-index.
Mm.
So I would look at like 6E, 6J. They're slow, but they're definitely, in my opinion, probably faster than like the 10, 20, or 30 year. I don't love trading bonds, but I don't know. It's something that's been on my mind, and it seems like a lot of retail traders, are just trading NQ and ES. And I don't think that's great long term for the trading community to literally just be trading, one market or two markets.
Mm.
So
Yeah, I agree.
maybe it's the onus is on us to go not lead the way, but explore trading some of these other markets that most people in the retail space aren't trading.
Platinum.
Platinum, copper,
RB.
palladium.
Palladium. Damn. Lean hogs. That's it. What's the lean hog ticker? Tell me. I'll do it.
Tracy would tell you. I don't know.
HE. Here we go. I think this thing is also just. Oh no! Wow, why is this huge gap down? What happened? Rollover? Yeah. Do these roll every month?
Yeah.
Why?
It's just like some of these other, those cattle markets roll monthly.
Damn. This is only been going up since the rollover. What's the tick value? Let me look. Anyway, chat, how are we? Whilst me and Leo decide what we're going to do today.
What's going on with the chat?
Not much. It's just Delhi telling us. So Delhi said, try UB or TN if you look at bonds. The ultras move a bit quicker. Um, we could trade nat gas, but nat gas is just intrinsically linked to oil, right? So at that point, just trade oil. I don't know. I don't really like trading oil. I've never had a good experience with oil. Um, after a mutual friend of ours pointed out that silver is $25 a tick, I'm kind of tempted,
$25 a tick for what? Silver?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
It's crude OPEX today. Okay, so basically, there's nothing to trade, is what I'm being told.
Yeah, I mean, I
Crude,
would assume that most markets are just kind of waiting
because
for.
everything expires Friday, right? I think.
Mm,
Other than I imagine the physical delivery products such as
well,
Linux, because they just
silver
rolled.
and gold have already been on December contracts
Yeah, they rolled when last week, the week before,
last month.
27th of August. So they rolled 3 weeks ago. So we've
Pretty
got
sure.
yeah, so we've got some life in this. There's enough blood in it now. Nat gas is called the
Nat gas is
Widowmaker.
called the Widowmaker. Well, good news for Kane is he's not married, so he can't, that won't happen for him.
It's true.
What do you look for in a market when you're evaluating potentially trading it?
I would have to
Like what are the steps that you would go through, Kane, to actually trade something other than NQ actively?
so I would just see how it moves on like a weekly basis. Because like, for example, you go 61. Okay, fine. You zoomed in. Let me bring it up over here. You go 61 and you go, cool, this market looks pretty good, right? It's going up, nice pullbacks, goes up, nice pullbacks, goes up. And then as you zoom out more, you realize this thing is actually not that good. And it just ranges and then has these large expansive moves and then corrections. So you have to, I traded Euro USD, CFD back in the day for a long time. And something you really just have to accept here is that this thing is just in a range, inside of a range, inside of a range, right? Because it's made to be that way. If not, you get, hyperinflation like you do on 6J, where this thing just infinitely goes down now since 2010, just stumbling down, slowly but surely stumbling down. So for me, I just to suit my model, I like markets that do expand in a direction, up or down, and they typically give me that 10 a.m. 4 hour reversal, right? Whatever. So I'm able to grab continuous trades. Like for example, if we use 61 here, it's like this is a trade that I could take from like the midpoint of the range to the low of the range, right? Midpoint of this overall range. Let me delete all my drawings. Oh, I deleted the wrong thing. It's like I can identify that this is the high of a range, these are like deviations, this is the low of the range, and this is like a nice midpoint continuation to the low, and then this was how it'd be done. So for me, I like to be able to see my model higher time frame, so that I can actually then get involved in it and say, oh, actually, I do have an edge here, or I believe I have an edge, and then I would go and do the work. Because I think so many people just go, oh, this is how I trade. Let's just take pattern trades, similar way to how I trade a pattern trade. And they go, yeah, this is how it works, blah, blah, blah. Great. And then they get crushed and they're like, doesn't work. Well, of course it doesn't work because you haven't looked at the way that asset moves. Because I, for one, have no idea how gold moves. Like it's just not something I actually know. Right. And ultimately, since 2020, it's been only going up. So it's really hard for me to then say, oh yeah, I definitely have an edge here, because I haven't had an edge here since 2020 because it's only going up. And I like markets that correct. There doesn't seem a big corrective move in here, so it seems like it's expansive and then it would just flush and then expand again, which is similar to NQ, but we get more corrective intraday moves where gold just seems very one-sided a lot of the time, session to session. So very yappy, long-winded answer, Leo, but yeah, that's it really. What about you? I know that obviously you
It's interesting to hear
from
you say
ES.
it is actually interesting to hear you say that, like, you wouldn't want to trade 6E because it just kind of trades in a range. Because I feel like that's a market you would do well in.
Yeah,
a
but
ranging market.
I agree. However, my model, it doesn't work in ranging markets because when there's just like, for example, when I speak to people about my model and I sit there and I can say, oh, I can identify range here. I don't trade my model anymore. I just trade the range. I don't need an entry mechanism to once I identify range because, and I think I said this to you before, is my basis for that range no longer being valid is acceptance out of the range. Once we accept outside of it, I deem that range over. And as soon as prior range high is now being held as a low, it's over and I can go back to trading my model and I look for those continuation trades away from. So 6E scars me as well because for, I would say, September to Christmas, that market doesn't move. It's very, very, very choppy. So yeah, and that was actually one of the main reasons I moved away from Forex, is because I had an extremely dry period through the back half of the year. And 6E just cut me up. Like, it just wasn't going anywhere. And I sat in trades for half of the day to just get stopped out towards the, the PM session. And then it would just expand into the close. And then the next day it would just open up, new range, not go anywhere, but go somewhere like at the point where no one was trading it. So
Right.
it became a really unappealing market for me. And that's why I got more involved in futures, because regardless of the last week's price action, on an intraday basis, it typically does expand in one direction by taking a session low, a 4-hour low, etc., or vice versa. So for me, it was really nice to just apply my model to it, and I immediately saw edge. So it was nice. So that is why I don't like to trade range bound markets, because again, there's no worse feeling than buying the lower the range, selling the higher the range, and the higher the range getting absolutely annihilated through, and you're sat on your hands. Like, I know that firsthand. So it's, it's just a way of me not having that FOMO by always being in a market that's typically reversing, expanding, consolidating, in the form of indices. So yeah.
It makes sense.
What about you? What would you need?
Speaking of other markets, nat gas edge
They're
alert
moving.
from Jim there.
Nat gas up 1.58% to gamma level 2, next target session highs. What is the nat gas ticker?
That's the Widowmaker.
Yeah, but what is it? Nat gas is
Is it NGL?
NG. Tracy just coming in. Nat gas. That is not the. Why it was. Is it on CME or? This can't be right.
It should be
NYMEX. Yeah. Wow. What's this candle? This looks fucking horrific. What happened here?
That's why they call it the Widowmaker.
Shit me. What actually happened here? It went down 6%. Am I on the right chart?
It might be just a fat finger trade.
What, sending nat gas 6% lower?
I don't know. I don't trade it. I don't know. That's why they call it the Widowmaker, right?
I can clearly see
that's the right
that.
chart. Yeah, Tracy said that's right.
What happened here, Tracy? This is the entirety. This is the entire range of the fucking Asian session on Monday. They manipulate heavy in the market. Sounds like my kind of market.
For me, I definitely trade better with markets that move. Which is why I don't really like bonds, because they don't really move.
That checks out.
Gold, CL. I think I could trade CL if I focused on it. Even though in the past I just kind of hate it because it does these, it'll just sit there and consolidate and then move like a randomly. It's kind of hard. I hate to use the word predict, but it's just kind of hard to kind of understand the next move that it's likely to make. And so some of its moves seem very random. So that would be one I would consider just kind of relooking at. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe a precious metal, gold or silver. It seems like everyone's trading gold right now. So I would kind of maybe I don't know, maybe look at silver.
Let's be trendsetters. Let's pick the untraded
one
one.
That's nobody's trading.
Yeah. That's platinum though, right?
Palladium.
Wow, that one's even worse than platinum. Didn't think it was possible.
The good thing about crude is the entire book is open on the DOM. Yeah. There's an algorithm on the CL DOM that's usually sits like 2 ticks off best bid or best offer at 2 prices. It's kind of annoying.
What do you mean? Well, there's just always someone on the book 2 ticks away.
Yeah, so they don't actually look for, like, they're not always looking to get fills, but there's about 50 lots, 40 lots that just track price, that just go up and down with price a couple of ticks away from the last trade price.
Yeah, okay. I can understand why that might be annoying.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, if you're watching the ladder, you see that it's like it's harder to pick off, like, weird anomalies when there's always like a 50 lot, just there's usually 2 of them on the bid and on the offer, and so it's just kind of annoying.
Well, you can always go to bonds and have like 53 million on either side.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
You can just buy the bid and sell the ask if you want all day until it doesn't work. Wow, what a really exciting open so far.
yeah,
Who would
20 points.
who would have guessed? That's the range for the day. So congrats.
There have been, some FOMCs that have trended like legit.
Oh
I
yeah.
don't
No,
think this will be one of them.
look, I mean, look, let's just understand the dynamic, right? Rollover, regardless of what we feel about rollover or back adjusted, whatever, either way, the market's all time high, right? From
Yep.
from this week.
Yep.
It's all time high. A Fed rate cut would suggest that the market is not in a good place. The stock market is in a pretty good place, ladies and gentlemen. It's at all time high. So, and I said this the other day on Twitter, is either the stock market's wrong or the Fed's wrong. And I don't know if the Fed's wrong. Maybe they are in this instance, but I just can't get bullish on something at the high, especially coming into arguably one of the most heated decisions in a very long time. And I think the market's going to absolutely hate it.
Yeah, well, but I think the problem is, like, everyone is pretty bearish. I think the sentiment is incredibly bearish.
No, yeah, no, I agree with you. And that's also like another reason is like the contrarian in me is like everyone I speak to is like, yeah, FOMC, sell it, sell it, sell it, which makes me just think it's going to rip everyone's head off. So I don't know. I thought about having some priced for zero puts in, and then I just was like, you know what, it's not even worth it because they're expensive and also everyone's expecting it. So it's a nothing. It's a nothing event for me. It's come back, look at it on Friday, maybe even Thursday. And if there's something there, great. If there's nothing there, who cares? Come back Monday. There'll always be another trade.
Mm.
We're just upset that we have to live through the next 72 hours to get it over and done with.
We try a little long here, just a quick little test the waters for just this little area to see if we bounce.
Okay. Good luck, brother.
It's immediately wrong. That's what I love about this trade.
Yeah. To be fair, the area that I had marked out on NQ that I was actually interested in long from was here, actually. I actually had this marked out from this morning. If
One lot, 15 point stop,
it
300
held on,
bucks.
yeah, this area held on the reoffer, and I'd just be interested to see if it holds again. But like, immediately up, trace down, ES pushing, gets me excited, this market.
They're going to take my stop and then run.
Yeah, I think they might be actually. I'll try one here if this closes like this, because it was this area. Yes, pushing. Well, no, they didn't want to close it. Oh, they did. They actually did close it. Yeah, we're gonna slag the market off all day, and it's gonna turn out being quite a nice day. Just watch. I'm immediately wrong. Now I play that sentence back in my head, the way the words came out of my mouth.
I still like this area. So I'm just kind of stalking it.
I do as well. I would.
See, we try
Well,
these 94s.
we've currently used up 30 of our 40-point range, so I know we're actually at 50 today already. It's a lot of selling I can see on your
Yeah.
screen. It's not going too many places though.
No, I'm gonna get out. The when they pushed it to those 94s and then immediately rejected, yeah, I'd rather just scratch out or not. It wasn't a scratch. I took 6 points on it. I'd rather just get out of the trade, you know.
Yeah, makes sense. I think the place that ES is rejecting from that basically like Asia high and that overnight high. Thank you failed to get there. ES took it all. See what gold's doing. Going up. See what silver's doing. Going up. Everything is just in the same direction. It's a little bit.
Well, we're starting to put some volume in here. From this opening drive lower, and we're building volume. So there's kind of I'm looking for continuation to the downside or some type of absorption. I mean, we're seeing a little bit of that now, but I'd rather see a flush now that gets bid back up.
Agreed. Yep. Yeah, I don't really like to trade without those flushes because otherwise you could be just buying into an infinite seller.
Yep. But nothing but sells on the tape from 10 all the way to where we're at eight in the 80s.
Yeah. ES is going nowhere. You'd be happy to hear.
Shout out to my ES traders.
Nick's losing the hair that he does have.
I need to get my ES chart up somewhere. I don't have my ES up.
Do different DOMs have different like characteristics? I know you understand what I'm saying there. Like
Different, yeah, for sure. See, we're getting into the bottom of this range on this higher time frame. I mean, on the 60-minute chart. So it makes sense that we would bounce and we find some support here.
Hmm.
If we're going to stay in this range, it makes sense. We'd revert back a little bit.
When we get into the session, obviously I was kidding yesterday when I said value very high, but when do you mark out value on your chart? Like at the open, do you use the overnight sessions volume to mark out value, or do you just wait for it to develop into RTH?
I wait for it to develop into RTH, kind of like the same. A lot of people will say like, hey, we're not using VWAP, or like we would use the RTH VWAP or really use it for a reference point until a couple hours in. Kind of the same concept I use for value. So for the session right now, it's calculating the value area right from the start of the session, and that's all really fresh and new information. So it's not as meaningful as it will be later in the session.
Yeah. More data, more valuable. Yeah.
I hate doing this right in front of the overnight low, but I'm gonna take a stab at here at 74. And just be quick on the trigger to bail if it's wrong. Just saw some absorption there in the 68s, and kind of correlating with that higher time frame distribution.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind equities pushing here. Oh, I'm attempting a very, very, very risky short on silver. Came into my hard time frame 50%. Reoffering. Tight risk though. 6 points. 6 ticks actually. Sorry.
The NQ bounce temporary so far. You said you're short silver.
Yeah. The buy limit's a bit adventurous right now. The TP's a bit adventurous right now, but
Interesting.
yeah, this like tiny reoffer area, it's a pretty good setup for me on NQ, especially when we come into like 50% of this. We retrace ever so slightly, and then we reoffer, and if we break this, then this is a risk-free trade for me. But it's looking okay, especially when I look at gold as well, because I would use a correlation between them two. Gold pulling back nicely as well. I just needed to break this low, and then it shouldn't revisit. But again, I know nothing about silver. This is just a pan trade for me. So
We should give a bunch of likes for Kane's getting exploring other markets trade. Damn, they're going to come take out the overnight low.
This is here. My TP is currently there just for a flush, so I kind of want to trail out of this. Ideally, I want it to like trade towards here. Yeah, it's like 450 risk. You know what they say, once you go silver, you never go back. Is that true, Richie?
Is that true?
Is that true?
Grok, is that true? Is Grok here?
Grog said that's false news. False news. Fake news. What the heck is Kane? What the heck Kane is on the Dow low? I heard it was platinum. No, I heard once you trade orange juice futures, you're chilling. That's it. Gold's pushing. Shock.
Is that bad for your silver short?
I would imagine they're correlated in some way. Kind of wanted to see a gold death. But no. I mean, this risk is tiny. So
Bit of a change of character in the NQ tape here.
they took out the low. Well, they
didn't take out the overnight low. I kind of thought they would, and I would have to just jump back into it. But they slammed into, these 60s and didn't go anywhere, and then just immediately found bid. But we're just kind of stalling. We're still stalling. It's just kind of a slight difference in, how aggressive the offer's been. So I'm going to try to hold to this VWAP here from the swing high, and just see if I can't get 20 points out of this first lot.
Where's your entry?
Hang on just a second. They slammed it right into a seller.
Yeah, I saw that.
What and all right, I'm gonna take one off. My entry's at 74.
I got stopped on my silver short.
All right.
The entry's at 74. It's a good entry.
I think if we can stay bid above that bid at 96, that'd be great. But then we're gonna rerun it into the 5-minute or mid.
And then you have a dilemma, don't you, sir?
I do. I hate these because the reaction from this low was pretty strong, kind of changed the tempo of the tape going into one of my A+ trades, and I've got a position on,
Opposite side, yeah.
I just hate that.
Would you just use the profits from this trade to fund that trade? That sounds pretty wise to me.
Reversing and just taking the other side of a trade has never been a strong point for me.
Today's the day.
Maybe.
We gonna do it.
Let's go.
Oh, it's happening.
Honestly,
Let's go.
Was that? Now what?
Stowe's in the chat.
We're at your point, aren't we?
We're getting there. Let's look at this other. I don't know. I don't know. failing to take the overnight low there.
Just one big
Not a
inside
great look
bar.
for bears. I mean, we came right to the bottom of the range. I don't know. You could make arguments to take profit here, flatten up, and look for that short, but I think I'm just going to sit in this. Do we have any 10 a.m. news?
Not that I'm aware of today. Let me check. 10 a.m. No. No. We had the Canada rate earlier. That got the overnight rate was held. Actually, no, it was pulled down. No, we just have fund rate. That's it.
Sorry, I should have used the mute button.
I didn't hear it. Don't worry. If I hear it-
FOMC next. That'd be sick if I could just hold this till FOMC.
They'll come right back for you, and then they'd go away, and they'd send it.
Yeah.
Yeah, they would. That is all they would do.
Do you think like one of the most likely reactions is we moon it today and we moon it overnight, and then tomorrow we get a reaction? That would be quite incredible.
So I think that the likelihood is that we moon it with the decision, the number, and then he comes on, opens his mouth, and everyone realizes he
They sell it.
isn't actually really wanting to do this, and they sell it. Yep.
You should not listen to either of our macro takes.
No, I'm a macro genius, actually. All of my trades are completely based on my macro view.
That is not true.
That is not true, yeah. I'm also lying out of my ass right now. Yeah, I mean, I'm purely going on gut feel. Probably doesn't even make much sense to say what I say, but it is what it is. And also, if he wears a purple tie, then it's just zero. NQ just doesn't. The algorithms pick up the purple tie, and they know that he's going to say something really bad. It's true.
Do you know my wife said that you and I are talking too much because I'm starting to sound British?
Your wife said I have a nice accent. What's the problem with that?
I know, that's what I said.
No, she might have said that. That's not what it's giving.
I was like, I'm streaming with Kane this morning, and she's like, "You're actually starting to sound British. Like you're talking to him too much."
Yeah, I think it's time we hit the reverse button.
I mean, you should sell it. I'm not going to.
That's called hedging between you and I don't want to do that. You guys do enough.
Is that hedging?
Between you and I,
think it's called
hedging.
friendly fire.
Yeah, I don't. I'm not a friendly fire guy. Sorry.
So you're actually a good friend because Stowe and XY will just they'll fade each other, fade me, whatever.
Yeah, but if I wanted to fade you, I'd just give you money, because I actually also think it's probably going up here. So I don't want to contribute to the order book in any way.
Oh, there goes the 5-minute mid trade.
Let me take it back. Let's go back a few minutes.
The market makers were listening to you.
Damn.
They're like, let's show this guy.
Same thing is I probably think the FOMC is just going to infinite bid up, and we only go up, and I get left on the sidelines, and if they're listening, that's what I really, really don't want to happen. Now they're like, yeah, let's just send it.
Kind of makes me want to add.
Ask yourself if you were in the mid trade, you'd have scaled out.
Yeah, I would take one at the OR low.
And then where would your Your stop would just be where, but like 12 points above your entry.
I would put it like right above prior to close, yesterday's close, because you want to give it that little bit of wiggle room. For me, if I took this short, I covered some here. I would be ready to add if it came back and retested 20s. Looking for, further continuation.
Using the money you made to add. I like that.
Yeah. You faded me with the or mid. I mean, I think you just took my trade.
Yeah. He didn't fade you. He can't fade his own setup. What the? Come on.
Did you manually anchor view up at the low below your entry, or is that done automatically? It's automatic. This VWAP is automatically anchoring leg to leg. So like this profile is from the swing low. The VWAP is also from the swing low.
I can actually just answer that question for anyone. Leo doesn't draw anything.
True.
He hates the crayons.
It keeps me more systematic when everything is automated.
That short Euro USD, we call that 61, but yeah. And actually, we have to long that if you want to short it.
They're going to come all the way back to my entry, huh?
Or are these correlated?
I like this for a rebid, so I'm going to watch here and see. The only thing that I hate about that was that like initiative activity. That selling that came from the OR mid. I'm going to go ahead and add one at least.
I don't think I would short 61 here. Or Euro USD. Nothing really screams much bearishness about it right now. I took out this high. I can see the logic for it. Pass an OT entry, yeah. Yeah.
Kind of a lackluster. Well, as soon as I say that, we find some bidders. Here, bidder. Let's see what we get at the turn here. We got 30 seconds for the 10 a.m. trade. Do you have a setup here?
No, nothing. I don't have anything.
No 10 a.m. reversal?
Well, if 10 a.m. took the low, then I could get bullish, but yeah, I didn't really like the previous that 2 a.m. inside bar. So, the 6 a.m. inside bar. It's not really done anything. So, yeah, for me, I would need both of the lows to get swept really, and then just play it off of those.
All right, I got stopped on that position.
Yeah, he took some off though.
Yep.
Should have reversed. We won't talk about it, but we should have.
Right? I mean, to the tick.
To the tick as well. Yeah. That's a really nice. Yeah, this. This.
I want to get back in this. I'm going to give it a shot. I'm not going to actually give it much room here because I do think that low is suspicious.
Don't be suspicious.
All right. I'll wait for that overnight low and then see what we can get. I went for, decent long from here to the or mid. Okay. Oh, how about a 500 lot buyer at 56?
Sounds like someone wants 10 a.m. reversal a bit earlier than I do.
That's an anomaly from a volume profile standpoint, if I've ever seen one. All right, we'll just go with him.
Oh yeah, you're just going with him. Now he's going to switch on you. So 500 lots down here at 56, you said.
Yes, sir.
So this is Leo's secret buy level.
Oh, no.
What? He's turning on you, isn't he?
Yeah, I'm out. Oh,
Yeah.
overcovered.
Can we just appreciate how much he's down right now? 10 points on 500 lots. Contracts, sorry. That's a lot. It's a lot of money.
Gross.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, I mean, there's always a seller there on the other side of that, for sure. What you want to see if you were looking for aggressive selling for that passive, you would want to see that reload. So you would want to see 400 there. It was actually 500, but this is a bit, there's some double calculation here. So you'd want to see those offers reload. So you would want to see more offer build up there, to call it kind of like a passive short. Leo cooked again on the stream.
Don't worry, he missed your
Love
original
you
trade.
guys.
Okay, if we get this is a textbook trade for me. I just don't know where we're going. That's the horrible part. I mean, it just has to go back to the mid. Oh man. Okay. I'd rather I'd rather be in and take a loss than it leave without me. I don't know about you.
Where's your entry?
71.
Okay. I mean, I don't hate it.
Yeah, it's probably, I would have liked a little bit more buying in this move down to give me something to play off. But right now it's just like get out of the high, just play the 15. I believe ES has to drop more before NQ goes up. Yeah. I mean, look, anything I put on today, I'm okay with losing, right? Because I'm actively engaging in a market that I do not believe is going to deliver. So I'm expecting to lose.
I jumped
So
in these 71s with you.
big buyer at 420. Yeah, but I mean they're always there. It's 420. If you go to 420 from above, there's a big seller. If you go to 420 from below, other way around. Sorry. Yeah, Kane. What you in at? Why 420? Yeah, it's just a number associated with weed, brother. Or marijuana. So they just troll. Stowe always makes a comment about it as well.
That's Stowe's stick.
Yeah.
What's the new contract for September? That'd be December. So it'd be the December micros, the Z contract.
The delta is so negative. Yeah, but ask yourself this. Do you ever think like the high or the low? Or let's just say the low. Do you ever think around the low, the delta is ever positive?
Usually not.
Yeah, I mean, it's very rare. So I guess you can make the argument that delta is a momentum thing, right? Because by the time the delta flips, the other side of the market is in control.
Right.
Are you guys trading after the FFR release? FFR release, the federal funds. Okay. No, no, I won't be. I'll be trading here to 11 and then I'll be doing anything than looking at the chart. Just like a lot of you should be, you know, appreciate all the support and stuff. But I said this at the start and I said this to a lot of people this week is like, there are 200 and something trading days of the year. If you can't put the market down for 3 of them, you don't have a trading problem. You have a addiction problem. Thanks, Dad. Yeah, it's not about being your father. It's just about telling you what you probably need to hear, regardless if your dad tells you or not. Tell this to Dave. Yeah, I mean, that guy doesn't know what trading is. You feel attacked. No, you don't, Nick. You're pretty good. You were even talking about the fact that you go on a walk when the early numbers come out, so you can't look at the info or act
Nick
on it.
was trading gold from the delivery room.
Is that true, Nick?
Tell the truth.
Don't lie. I feel very attacked. Wow. Did you make money? At least.
He piked it. I know that.
How's the trade going? I got stopped on silver. We took a very, very small silver short, and then silver just went up. And now we're in NQ longs. We'll see. He was monitoring the situation. Oh, you longed gold at 25.50s.
Gazillion points ago, right?
Say that. That's fucking mean. That's fucking mean.
Sorry, Nick.
Yeah. Think if you would have had that trade, your kid, you could have paid your kid to go through college.
Oh, that's gonna hurt.
That is gonna hurt, especially when the bill comes. What do they say? The bill of regret. Look at the price on November 15th. I will. I low key want to add to this. If ES takes this low,
I was thinking the same thing, honestly.
yeah, I
I
want
was
to
like,
add
this
to
is
it.
a spot in time where I would usually be adding to this trade because it's just at that decision point.
I'm either right or wrong. You know?
Every time.
You know what? If it goes here, I'll just add because yeah, it's 13 points to the low. That means it's an extra $260 of risk. Oh man, look at that delta. What's the delta? Is it that did the delta flip?
During roll, I give less weight to the overall deltas. Like that large buyer at 450s, that was definitely like a point in time that was significant. But like inside of here, yeah, there's a bunch of selling, but we are going lower. I mean, not in this little consolidation, but this whole
Overall.
morning, yeah, overall. I like what I'm seeing here. The bid is reloading and kind of staying in place, like they're not just letting it slip. But the offer is still heavy. So until that changes, the market's gonna have a hard time getting off the ground.
Damn it.
But yeah, I mean, resembling what you said earlier, we're trying to make something of a market that, personally I wouldn't be trading this. And happy to put on the risk for just to see what we get out of it. But this is not an A+ trading day for me.
Oh yeah, neither. Neither. Still stalking silver though.
What's silver doing?
Slowly grinding up,
Oh,
but
shoot.
yeah.
Straight up.
Yeah, gold just rallied really hard. That kind of puts me off of it all, to be honest. I see the really annoying thing, right, is that for me, ES took out that low that when we were looking at it now. It kind of slowly grinded down, bought back up off of the low, and NQ did not. Didn't even go back below this. So
NQ took out the first low or the second low.
yeah, that's why I wanted to add the bottled it.
Oh, you're saying ES took it out. Okay.
Yeah, ES took out the overall low, like where my stop is right now. Um, I'm just drop it back down to 1. How did the 61 short get on? Not very well. Okay. What changed here? That changed. What changed here? No. Here. I'm gonna put my bid back in.
Did you get out?
No. I wanted to add. I still want to add. I just didn't think we would. But if we do, then I'll go back. I'll add more because he has took out the low again. Either this is being held up because someone's buying it and ES is going to just drag it through this level, which if so, I'm okay with that. I watched someone put a buy limit in yesterday without having to stop in place first. Didn't end very well for that guy.
Is that a joke?
No, like legit. I saw it on
Oh,
on a YouTube short.
right,
Okay,
out.
I'm in two now.
Kane's in. I'm out.
Yeah, I wanted to see this and then this low held. I mean, it's not looking too promising, but again, I typically like to buy it
I still
or
like to
sell
trade.
it
Just got to stop
when
out of
it's
it.
not too promising. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, upside's just very, very, very slow. So the reason I can add though is I can also just take risk off at this new high, like this new short-term high.
Yeah.
So there I would just go break even because again, expecting a very lackluster day.
That's what we got. Let's see what we got here.
Well, ES didn't take it, it left an equal low. Yeah, I mean, okay, so I have this argument with people. I say argument, but my view on it is very simple. If you got long on ES right here, and actually, let me just switch my screen. If you got long on ES right here and had your stop below the low at this candle and you had a market stop at this candle, okay, if you had it one tick below the low, fair enough. I don't really know too many people that do that, especially in my world. At this point, you get stopped out. So for me, I always just count it because all I'm really looking for is someone to be forced to buy back in. That's it. And also, if you start giving yourself, oh, I will put my stop loss 1 tick below the low, that one tick turns into 1 point, turns into 5 points. I just think it just doesn't make sense. Unless you have a 12-point stop no matter what, and your entry is X, then that's different. YM, young mummy is finally pulling back. No reason to go long on ES yet. No.
I still like this trade, so I jumped back in. I got it in 67. I just got the unfortunate stop out, and then they kind of brought it back up to this distribution.
You thought fantastic morning, short VWAP, long double bottom. Yeah, I mean, look, there's a million and one ways to skin the cat in this game. I know, so poor cats, but there just is. get in a fight with that all the time. It would be cool if you guys did some kind of video talking about stop placement. I can be very, very, very quick about it. I just put my stop on the most recent low. So, like, for example, if I'm trying to buy here, which I was, sorry, let me just get rid of this. I understand. If I'm trying to buy this area, which I did, I bought this area and I bought this low. I don't want to see this. And I said this before, is that if this here, if this gets reclaimed and they hold above this, there's a buyer here. And also we know there's a buyer there because Leo can tell me there was a big buyer there. If this buyer gets under here, he's either going to add or he's going to look to scale out, or he's scaling out as it goes up. We don't know what they do, right? But my general assumption is that he feels too much pain here, and I also don't want to feel that pain. So at that point, I close. And also, I just have to. I have my stops under and above highs and lows because that's what I've always done, and that's what I've back tested to ensure that I know it works in various market conditions.
Came out of one here. Just we're not getting the response that I'd be looking for. We'll see if we get something that we can actually lean on as far as, just more data from an order flow perspective. I've also got kind of a, not that good of an entry for the area that we're trying to play with.
Yeah.
So I'd rather de-risk here and then just wait for more information. Or, if I get stopped out here, I'm probably done with this idea just because, got stopped here, got back in, getting stopped again. I'm just kind of mentally done with this trade.
Yeah, that makes sense. Me too, by the way. If I get stopped, I'm just done. Like on a day like today, especially, we spoke about it numerous times. I don't want to give up money for entertainment purposes. This is a setup I would take, and on any other day, if it doesn't play, then I gave the market the opportunity to show me it wants to play ball. It doesn't want to play ball.
Yeah.
Cool. And yeah, in hindsight, I can sit here and say, I should just never have taken those trades. But if it played out and it was perfect, and this happens, right? Is that on certain FOMC days, CPI days, whatever, NFP days, we get really good price action leading up to sometimes. So if you're going to play ball, then stick to your rules. If you're not, then just don't even bother. But make sure you're not just doing it for entertainment purposes, So
They got me there on that last piece.
yeah. Well, this 500 buyer is now underwater, so
Well, kind of what we expected, pretty tough.
yep.
Tough trading conditions. I mean, we have 100-point range. Not even 90 points. So, the market just doesn't have a great direction yet.
Well, it does. It's just down, and we don't want it to go down too much, right?
It's just going down.
Well, there's no point arguing about it. We can just sit here and acknowledge that there's not really much going up about this, but we're just trying to pick a bottom on it, which is fine because that's the way we trade. But it's not showing any lifeline of wanting to go up. Short ES 661. I will give it 15 minutes to see if it plays out.
It's a momentum short for sure. My dad told me there's two truths. You're always going to pay taxes and never short the whole. I'm just kidding.
There you go.
Say that.
Yeah, I was about to say, did that trade?
No.
So now I can foresee me getting taken out and then running it. Why? Because this has happened a lot, especially the last couple of weeks. And everyone's like, yeah, okay, so okay, just lift and wait for it to do this. And then the time you do that, it does this. So just don't do that.
Right.
Just, accept your fate. Don't be scared of it. Like that's actually one thing that I learned really early, and everyone always says it is you do have to become a really good loser in this game because you're going to lose. You just have to make sure you take good losses, not bad losses.
That's how I know I'm doing well, is when I get trolled in the chat for my losses. I'm like, yes, traders take losses.
There you go. And that is exactly what they do. They're going to take me out, pull it back because ES nowhere near the low right now. Or
Isn't that interesting?
it's all going to roll. But the trolls are the people trying to shadow you. Yeah, they're projecting, right? They're people that have taken the trade, like annoyed. Best loser wins. Yeah, I mean, you're going to lose on this game. If you can't learn to lose in trading, then you're in for a really rough ride. ES looking stronger now. Yeah, I mean, they could both just roll here. I wouldn't worry too much, Six, 6, 5, 4. Yeah, to be honest, I mean, 4 points off of 6,650. I would expect 650s to play. Nvidia is basically in the NQ. I don't believe that to be true. I think it makes up 10% of it now, but
Is it 10% weighted now?
I think it's like 9 point something, yeah. Or someone correct me if I'm wrong. It's definitely high single digits.
Do you know what
But
makes
yeah.
me puke right now is that mid trade just playing out perfectly.
Yeah. NQ is a very thin market and easy to manipulate. Yeah. I think we can just agree to disagree.
Do we have any cattle traders in the house? We might. Come trade cattle.
Definitely not in my house, that's for sure. And if it's in your house, then your wife's trading cattle, because I can't imagine the kids are. Yeah. Uh, yeah. The OR mid trade was the trade today, and we can cry about that another day. Large order at 420s NQ because meme. No, Nick, there is a market maker really, 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 really wanting to buy 420s. 3 minute short reoffer was the trade. Yeah, I mean, this off of this, yeah, maybe. I have just never taken that though, Tom. You know that. Yeah, no, I know. Oh, you mean this one? Fuck yeah. That's that's annoying. No more trades then for today? Nah, very unlikely, brother. We've got what? We've got half an hour left of this, and then I'm gonna go. NQ is for ICT noobs. Yeah, fair enough. If that's what you want to think. NQ made me a millionaire multiple times over, so I will always trade NQ. Let's jump on an ES short, please. First presented FVG working as well. Don't troll me today. Let's just not do that. Come on. If no trade, you should spend the stream spoofing NQ. Yeah, no worries. I'm going to commit. Well, no comment. Kane, are you an ICT trader? No, I'm just saying that someone saying NQ is for ICT noobs. And regardless of what my thoughts are on ICT the person, these concepts obviously work in some way, but also I just disagree wholeheartedly with the comment about NQ. Like the thing is like let's break it down. This is the trading space, all right? This is finance Twitter.
What
And
are
it,
we what are we doing here?
and this tiny little dot is your opinion. I'm just
Oh
saying, like,
goodness.
do you not agree though? Like, there's more to this space than like we just see a very small, minute part of the space.
Do I agree? Yeah, I think it's actually much bigger than that.
Well, you think the finance Twitter is much bigger than that? That's small,
Well,
or
you said
what?
finance, you said the finance space was the whole circle, right?
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, I'm just the circle is not the circle is not indicative of the size of
Oh,
space.
okay, yeah. So no, the finance Twitter, FinTwit is way smaller.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
That's just a fact. It's just the fact.
Hmm. DXY pump incoming. Hmm. Maybe.
Silver pulled back a little bit off of the highs.
Yeah, I saw that. Just I think this just gets ball back up, sadly. I don't know. If we close like this in the next by 11, then I think that like 411, then 11 could rotate lower. But crude numbers. Oh yeah. What happened? Correction, pullback.
Take a look at crude.
Hmm. I actually don't know. I'm pretty much exclusively use TradingView and it always shows me the continuous. So it would be it doesn't even show me here either. Someone else will have to tell you what it is. Is there an overall drop off in volume on FOMC? Or can you not tell?
Yeah, pre FOMC for sure.
Cattle is liquidating.
We're actually getting a break of this range. A
Yeah.
little bit surprised there.
CL also just dropped. I hate when they do this together, though. Gold also dropping. No. No. I know
We
we said
fell from session highs, failing to test session highs. Inventory report. What was the inventory? Was it bad? Was there a build?
the inventory. Tracy put it in the chat.
Tracy put it in the chat.
Yeah, let me try and find it. Crude. It was down 0.3 mil. Oh no, that can't be right. Am I reading that wrong? I think that's how it reads. It was minus.
Minus 9 million.
Yeah, it was minus 9 something. I think it was a 2.
What was the expectation though?
No, I don't know. That wasn't provided. I'd have to go to Forex Factory for that. Okay. Okay, no. The forecast was 1.4 million. It was minus 9.3.
That is wild. That's a huge disconnect.
That's massive, no?
Definitely sellers came into that market in a hot second. This is a 1 minute chart, so in 5 minutes we've gone $1. $1.50 or $1.25.
There was a build. Was there a build? There was a build. The forecast was build 1.4 and that was minus 9.2. So, will you guys load for upside if we reach 420? No, bro. I mean, the likelihood of this just slowly falling into FOMC is high.
Mike, my exact workspace is in OFL, but I'll post my volume profile settings and then in the Ninja chat.
Feels weird seeing a green bar on your chart. I was watching the delay on YouTube. I was like, what is this? Who's on today? Stowe?
Yep.
I hope for Stowe's sake we liquidate higher. I'm not sure we do though. Hmm. Do I try it? Do I try it? I don't want to, but I might.
So has it been long since 1930?
The year 1930.
Base trading, you should go listen to our first episode of the Painting the Tape podcast to get the answer. For time and sales filtering, I use a 2-lot filter, and then I highlight anything above or below bid, above ask, below bid, and then anything greater than 10, I have kind of like a slightly different color for. wonder what Stowe's up to. He might be into a short, honestly.
Maybe right here.
He might be in this from 59 or from these 81s.
No, he's trading a yes.
Oh, God. I forgot.
Yeah.
Stowe doesn't have a sell button. He has a sell button.
Yeah, he does. Yeah.
Stowe's sell button is when he says he's afraid to sell it.
Yeah. When he's afraid to do something, he does it. He has that intuition.
Sell to close.
All might hit all-time high. No reason to be long from here. Yeah, I'm sure that's what they said every time a low was formed, by the way. What are we doing, guys? This is not optimal. Jesus.
What is optimal, NinjaTrader? Just curious. You tell me. I'm all ears.
401 previous week high looks nice. Optimus Prime.
Optimus Prime. Great answer.
Monday first presented FUG.
Twisted, just send me a DM. A perfect trend day with a perfect pullback. Perfect pullbacks is optimal.
Meh. I hate those days.
We know it's going up a lot.
Is there a fat chance of it going back to high of day before 2:30? I don't know. I don't think anyone knows. Unless you have a couple of $1 trillion, no, you don't know. From experience, where we hit 50% of the 5-minute OR today, we already did.
Yeah, NinjaTrader, we already tagged it. I was actually long from here up into it, and Kane made fun of me for not flipping short.
Whoa.
At
No,
18.
I didn't make. No. I refute that.
And then he said he was going to take a
short.
short, and I said, take the short. And he said he didn't want to fade his friend. And then here we are. So, yeah, that trade definitely played out. I mean, it went to first target. Second target would be, right in here. And then if you're holding runners or adding to that on these pullbacks, it definitely played out.
Let me get my couple of $1 trillion. If you could just send me a couple of 100 mil, you won't even notice it, honestly, at that point. So we can move it together.
Is there ever a trade like that set up along up into the 5-minute mid and flipping short? I mean, I've always just kind of been in the mindset of me flipping short or just flipping, right? Just going from long to short or short to long. Never, like on balance, like it just doesn't work well for me. So for that reason, I just don't do it. So if I'm long into a short setup like that, I just have to realize that, I'm passing up a good opportunity because I'm already in a good trade.
Which position in and which coin? We're in all of the positions on all of them.
Paul, I actually go over that on in my playbook on painting the tape. So you can go to paintingthetape.net. .net.
You should just buy the .com one.
They're very upset that it's .net. I'm actually might just leave it at .net just out of spite. But I go over trade execution there. Why is your playbook free? I don't need to charge for it, or I don't want to charge for it.
If you want Leo's playbook and want to send him money, you can do it via me.
You can send it to Kane.
Yeah, you can do it via me. I will happily provide it to you at cost.
I've never actually had somebody ask why my playbook was free.
Yeah, why aren't you scamming me? As Cooper said. No worries, not.
Philip will provide his playbook for $1. You're holding off until painting the tape is going to make the images larger. Okay.
I'm also holding off until you trade for me, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure.
Until you trade for me, I'm not going to paintingthetape.net.
Hey, thanks, JD. That's awesome. I appreciate that. Paintingthetape.net. Leo's playbook is 200 years old. Study the I don't even know what that word is. You guys are cracking me up.
Dojima rice markets.
Dojima, is that the pronunciation?
I don't know. I can't actually read the word from here.
My playbook on trading lean hogs, tilted cranking the hog, is also free. Give me a huge profit, please. You learn how to trade yourself and give yourself big profits.
Yeah, when are we having me on painting the tape? That's a real question I want answered. Correct.
Next episode, actually.
What?
Yes, you're officially invited.
Oh, I didn't know. I was about to say, the episode's dropping tomorrow, by the way. I've just not even recorded it yet.
What is today? Is today Wednesday?
Today's Wednesday. We're together.
What are you doing in about 6 hours from now?
Sleeping. That would be...
Would you rather be talking to your best friends on the internet?
Sure. You know what? I'll be there.
Okay.
There you go, chat. It's official. Do we have cameras on?
No.
I was going to get in a suit and everything.
A suit?
Yeah, I was going to dress up, like 3-piece suit, wear my glasses.
Are you trolling right now?
No, I was going to do that for you.
No, we don't want to see each other when we talk. It's just we just talk.
Okay, let me ask you the next question. When are the podcast episodes going to be available on YouTube?
They aren't.
Why not?
Well, they're already on Spotify and Apple Podcasts.
I had to log into Spotify on my TV to listen to this the other day. Can you believe that?
Like you don't have Spotify?
I had to download Spotify on my TV and log in so I didn't get adverts throughout it, just so I could listen to it.
Wait, you got adverts? Adverts?
Well, I normally get adverts when I listen to, well, I used to. Then they might have changed it.
Instead of glasses, you should wear a monocle. Somebody's short cattle.
It's liquidating, I heard.
230 and a half.
So can someone talk me through this? There's live cattle futures and there's feeder cattle futures. What's the difference? One is milk. Like, what's the difference? Feeder cat, like they trade at different prices as well. What's the difference?
I'm actually just curious. Why Spotify? It's also on Apple Podcast. Is there another place?
Wait. Sorry,
hang on. Is there another place it should be?
Yeah, but YouTube. But you are deflecting around why it's not on YouTube versus it's on Spotify.
Put audio?
And
are we just going to put an audio podcast on YouTube?
Yeah. That's fine.
Why?
Why not?
So we're going to record a podcast, and then we're going to what? Overlay just like the logo, and then render that as a video, and then uploaded it to YouTube.
Yeah, sponsored by Trader Kane. Yeah.
Well, then you'd have to sponsor it.
Oh, you got me there. Damn. Thought he was going to fall for that. Okay, so the difference is the weight of the cattle. Live cattle go to slaughter. Feeder cattle go to live cattle. So feeder cattle just... Why is feeder cattle more expensive? Or have I messed that up? Live cattle? Yeah, feeder cattle. So the smaller cows are worth more. Or it's probably just weight, right? Oh, there's a shortage. Damn.
These guys know their cattle.
They do. They really know their commodities.
Feeder cattle are pre-gaming for the slaughter. Oh my gosh, Cooper, that was good.
That's made my day. I'm happy I lost money today. Honestly, I'm glad I turned up. So feeder cattle are 350. Is this what's the denominator? Is it like per £1,000 or what? Or is it just per cow? Because this seems like not a lot for a cow. Less of them, the herds are getting cents per pound. Oh,
Is it milk?
The man, the myth, the legend.
is it milk? It is milk.
No, it's not. It's not milk. Milk has their own goofy futures, actually, if you want to have a proper laugh about the 3 different kinds of milk futures you can trade.
Really?
Mm-hmm. Yep. Class A, Class B, Class C. All kinds of milks.
Oh, they've got non-fat dry milk, mid-sized milk. Wow, we've got everything.
There's milk for cheese. That's a different milk future.
Are they making this up at this point? I think they might be.
Certainly.
Oh, wow. There's no way this is real. What is this? There's just no orders on this or what?
Yeah, it's very illiquid.
It's Get it? Get it?
This is the cheese one then. Okay, makes sense.
Get out of here. Good joke.
Jokes
Dan.
don't make themselves.
Good joke. Oh man. How are you guys doing? You guys cracked me up as soon as I turned on the thing.
Honestly, it's been boring. We tried. I don't know if you missed it, but Leo missed his 5-minute mid trade.
Because I was long into it.
Yeah.
That was quite the mid trade. There was a pretty big sweeper that also had that idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
He hasn't forgot about it. So
All right.
I'm
All
hurt.
right.
Yeah, he's hurting. What about you, Sto? How's yours been?
Oh, it's fine. I actually just took my first trade just now. I'm just kind of trying to be long down here in the 6,660s. You know, I'm a big Black Sabbath fan, so figured I'd buy this number and see
Well,
what happens.
420's here.
420's on
Also,
NQ.
yes. Also, I'm very excited to have yet another 420 to argue with on NQ. So
He's
been a while.
buying it. He's buying it for sure.
Of course he is. Price comes down into him, he has to buy. This is how the 420 algo is programmed. It's a very simple algo.
I wonder what
yeah,
will happen
just messing
when
around.
NQ's trading at 42,000. Do you think they'll just fight the whole way through that 1,000 points?
Oh my God. I can't wait. That's going to be cool.
I think I'll depart that time. Yeah, no, not much has really been going on. I kind of want silver to correct, but I don't think we're going to get it.
It's been the last 3 or 4 Fed days had really good price action into the day. That has trended at some point. So I was looking forward to that a bit, but I don't know. We didn't get too much of it this morning.
Yeah,
It's
this
still
is
a
not
little
looking like
muted.
one of them. Yeah.
Night Trader, we will. Do you have a cell phone number?
You getting people's phone numbers on here now?
Yeah.
Okay.
On the trade floor, they had the milk pit in the hallway.
They're saying that we should interview Inner
Sto's
Circle
mentor.
Trader.
Oh, yeah, same person.
Oh,
Speaking of, Sto, where
Yeah.
is the trading the ICT strategy episode?
I
Yeah,
know.
how's that going along?
It hasn't been going very good. And it's not T-Trade's fault. It's honestly me. I've had a hard time getting a handle on that thing. And I've just been kind of focused on doing the course for painting the tape. And I kind of ran out of time. I spent a lot of free time that I had banked up. And between the kid being crazy all the time and me trying to figure out how to record that silly a VWAP course for real, not Kane's fake one.
Whoa! What?
Whoa! Shots fired.
That's crazy from you, Sto.
I know. Well, I'm trying to make it at least look okay, like decent. It's not going to look anywhere near as good as like your production videos or.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, the thing I love about Kane's videos the most are the camera angles. It's like you take advantage of really interesting camera angles.
Wrong video, I think. I think I sent you the wrong one.
All right. Well, I've enjoyed them both.
It's a different kind of OF.
Yeah. That was good from you. That was good.
Oh, that's fun. Yeah. I don't know if this trade's going to pay me or not. I'm probably going to be in this for the rest of the day.
So, Sto, will you trade into the decision?
Nah.
The number?
I shan't. I'm going to sit on the couch and watch who's on this afternoon? XY and Nick?
Nick and XY.
Yeah, I'm going to sit and watch them enjoy it. And I'm probably going to fold laundry. That's my plan. How about you?
I am going to do anything other than I will watch the guys, but I won't be touching the chart.
Nah. I find that if I trade like the minutes wildness, it really messes up my pattern recognition for like normal speed. So and it's even worse if I have a good day doing it, then I feel rewarded and I'm expecting 100-point rotations out of nowhere. And then the next day I'll force a ton of trades because that price action just is going to lull me into it. So I find it best to just leave and come back the next day. That's my plan anyway.
Yeah.
I'm gonna watch Nick and XY make money.
Yep. I'm sure they'll figure it out. Also, I heard you guys getting into the why is the podcast not on YouTube thing. It's a great question, Kane. There's I didn't know that there's a lot of people that do listen to just audio on YouTube. People use
Are
YouTube
there?
a lot more than yeah, there is. I mean, Kane's talking about it now. I've got hit up a bunch of times like, hey, why isn't this on YouTube? And I'm like, I don't know. Don't you have Spotify?
I don't know. Maybe we'll have to render for YouTube.
It'll distribute there. It's just a little complicated. It's fine. We'll figure it out.
We can just animate your logo and just put that up as the photo.
Yeah.
You can do that too.
You got an animator?
I do actually. I have a.
I'll send you the logo.
Okay, bet. And I'll send you the invoice.
No. No, not how that works.
Pretty sure that's how that works.
Sure about that? How many times have we hit the GIF this morning?
You sure about that? You sure about that? You sure about that?
You know, there's one thing we haven't done today. We haven't done it once, actually.
What's that?
We didn't beg for likes once.
Oh, really?
I did ask. I think I did check in for likes one time.
Okay.
Right, we need to get. Look, there's 3 of us on here. We need to get at least 100 likes to get us up to 500, and Stowe can take the credit, and then we can depart.
That is my favorite part about midday markets. They look like they're my likes by the time you get to the end of the day.
Let's get to 500 likes.
Yeah. DistroKid will upload it automatically to YouTube. Do you use DistroKid to upload your Spotify?
Nah. I use Spotify, but Spotify will also do it. So DistroKid's great, though. Surprised somebody knows about that. That's a very under the radar music distribution system. It's very good.
I'm surprised that the YouTube thing. I guess I wasn't aware.
Well, in very classic Leo fashion, if it doesn't exist to him, it doesn't exist at all. So, since he doesn't watch,
that's gonna do it personal.
Wow.
Zing. I'm sure you guys made fun of me a bunch before I got on here. So I'm just, not that I heard it, but I'm trying to get.
We actually defended you. Someone
Really?
said Stowe doesn't have a short button, and we said, yeah, he does.
He does.
Yeah.
It just doesn't work very well.
Yeah. And then then you came on and you were long.
Yep. Well, here I am. Yeah, I don't. It's definitely curling up now. I don't know what we're doing necessarily down here at previous day low for, and the NQ tape is extremely heavy. It's just, I don't know. We're gonna close this whole gap maybe today. I don't know what the hell's going on.
Maybe with the FOMC. FOMC. Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. Have we got 500 likes?
Not yet, but I'm ready to bail.
You guys can bail.
Okay.
You did your bid, your 2 hours.
We appreciate all of you. Stowe, good luck, sir.
Thanks, brother.
Everyone trade safe. See you all next week.
Cool. Sounds
Adios.
good. Peace, buddies.
See ya. Have a good one.
Hello. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Give it up for the dudes. Give it up for my boys. Oh my. There's a little ask slap going on there. It's the 60s on ES. My word. Look at this. Look at this guy trying to have a good time. Let's watch this reaction here. It's pretty hefty. Didn't really do anything super intense splash through. That was just a big absorb right there. Very gingerly. Let's see what we got. NQ working its way down to 400 even. Yeah, I don't really have much down here other than, I saw this bid start to step in. I know I'm in a counter trend trade here, but just looking for a retrace back to VWAP. Didn't quite get there. I got back to 65. So let's see if we can get back above this IB now. And then maybe we can be in a nice spot. Because that was a ton of bid absorption if it's going to hold. So this is a really good example of, real time. We just need to see the reaction, not necessarily what all that liquidity was doing. So we'll see if we can get above this. Let's see what time we got. 11:07. Now I was already in a trade, so I couldn't put anything on. But had I gotten stopped out here, I would be back in above this IB, just leaning on this buyer. Because that was a lot. That was a lot of bid. Anyways, good morning. Let me say my good mornings. Good morning, Jai. Hey, Cooper. What's up, brother? Good morning, Mark. Hello. I'll talk about the clubs eventually. But yeah, I'm not great in a like sales environment when I'm on the receiving end of the sale. This may come as a shock to some of you, but I tend to not do super good in those scenarios. So I did okay yesterday. I'm sure I overpaid for the clubs that I bought, but I had a really good time. I had a fun experience. I'd never done anything like that, so that was cool. What else we got up here? What else we got? Good morning, Chris. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning, Shravan. Did we get 500? All right, nice. So chill guy. So I got Mizuno PS something. There's a piece of paper around here somewhere with it on. I don't know. They're cool. They're like flat black shafts. Like if I was a golfer that was also a supervillain, these are the clubs. These are the clubs that I would have. They're pretty sick. So one of my main problems, I guess, was always been I hit my irons really low, and it was just interesting to talk about the physics of all of that stuff with dude. I'm sure some of it was just a pitch, but it was still fun. So that was cool. I'm still watching this, so we're trying to curl out of this. I'm going to talk about this a little bit now, just because I'm getting ready to record this section of the course. So when I'm looking at intraday trend and trying to figure out where I should be positioned, I do have a lot of rules where I can't buy down here when VWAP is sloping down. It occurred to me yesterday that I need to figure out how to explain that a little more consistently. So I'm basically only looking at, if I'm trying to determine a downtrend, I'm only looking at the slope of this lower bar and VWAP itself. And then the opposite is true for, determining the uptrend. So this top guy, he's not much concern to me until we get up there. I'm really just locked in and focused on this. And we're not... So even though we're leaving it, we haven't really started to flatten this out yet. All right, now we're back to this 66 guy. I don't know. We'll probably just sit here all day. That would be perfect. I mean, we're not really leaving. NQ looks much, much worse also. That's a confirmed single. I think that this is about to be confirmed at 10:30. And then we can look at this delta tells a little cleaner of a story here. There's definitely some big boys doing some some thinking. But yeah, so NQ is properly inside of this -1, -2 band. So as ES is fighting with this up here, I'm keeping this in mind too. So like the two markets that I watch, the trend is doing this. And we're not like making a good low and leaving it. The book is very thick too. So we're trapped at another 420. All kinds of stuff going on right now. That's a little stupid. But yeah. Good morning, Samuel. Good morning, Dan Hampton. Good morning. Man, dude. Man, dude. Good morning. Morning, morning, morning. Hey, Ani, what's up? Morning, homie. How are you, brother? How are you doing? How are you doing with your training? I've seen you talking about the journey a little bit. On these trading bonds now. That brings me joy. Yeah, also Philip, yes. Philip has a very good point. It's important. It's important to notice that Delta is going to be different this week because it's split between, well, it's not split anymore. The volume is on the Z contract now, December, for both NQ and ES. That being said, though, there is still trading going on the other contract. So Delta is a less reliable tool for me this week. And for those reasons, I take this week extremely chill. I go lose money on golf clubs instead and stuff like that. So it's important just for everybody else to have that in the back of their mind too. I do like this day. So I'm interested in trading this. Not so much anymore because we didn't get, I thought it was going to be this actually. I thought this was going to turn into super trend, trend up into the minutes, but it didn't happen. Or not minutes, into the speech. This was very violent and then very violent back down. But, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We got an hour. We got 45 minutes. Oh, nice, Apple Butter. A fellow PTT enjoyer. Yeah, I'll put those on YouTube. I think it's fine. We just, honestly, we want to make sure that if you're going anywhere to watch us on YouTube, it's NinjaTrader. Because that is where we will actually be. We're not going to have additional content on YouTube that's not on here. So I just plan to use it as, the place to host our different review videos for the website, the course, all that stuff. And it's nice because we're not selling the thing. We don't have to figure out how to keep it behind a wall. I can just do some unlisted YouTube and it works with our site very, very well. But yeah, hope you like it, Apple Butter. Feel free to ask some questions if you have any. Let's see. Good morning, Edwards. Good morning, Kadas. Morning, Riley. JP, everybody's here. Drunk Radish, what's up, buddy? I owe Drunk Radish a hang. I'm too busy. Too busy in my life. Ooh, Reverso, you got Mizuno's too. I like Mizuno. In my my fake Tiger Woods character, also sponsored by Mizuno. So maybe it was all truly meant to be. Yeah, Robert, yes. We do have an NQ single print looming up there. We just closed this one that was trying to form from the last period. So, or maybe we closed them both. Is that the end? Nope. We have got a little tiny guy there, 460, huh? Looks like we're doing the thing. So obviously NQ still has a long way to go, but okay, now this is what we're talking about with the flattening of the band. Okay. So this baby's starting to flatten out now. You can see here it wasn't. It's also important to know that these things, they're an average, right? So they lag. So you have to give them time to do their thing. They're not like, that's why I always caution people, don't use this crap as a signal. It's not a signal. It's not anything close to being that reliable. So, it looks looking happy. We'll see what we get. Pretty big push there in NQ. NQ found a bid. So now we'll watch, see if this guy flattens out too. We probably need to get at least to back up into the 50s before this is going to start to look viable. But that was a big splash. We'll see if this blue team's able to hold it or if we can get back up and test overnight low. That would be what I'm looking for. And then I'm really just trying to get a little south of VWAP here would be good. I'll take one there. That's fine. And then this guy, I'll just put up here, the other side of the range. That'd be perfect. Okay. Starting to look a little less gross, so that's cool. Okay. Yeah, that's good for now. I will also put a VWAP on this low, just to give us some context. All right, there's that. Okay. So if we reject up here, which would make some sense, this 66 spot was a really big bounce earlier. So sometimes levels are just this easy, by the way. So really big bounce at this 66 spot. This was also the IB low from yesterday's session, right around here. I did watch it yesterday, so there's a couple spots in there. And then I went back over it and just in prep for today, just to spot those levels. And it seems like this has become a pivot again, and now it's a VWAP too. So if we get up here and reject and maybe can float back down into this distribution, that would give us a sign to maybe get out of this long. Maybe think about a short back down here to point of control. So yeah, so right now we're kind of in middle mode. Oh, good morning, Damon. Good morning. Featree asks, why am I not using a leg-to-leg volume profile? I have one on a DOM that I'm looking at, so I am using it. It's just for the purpose of the stream. You know, I don't want to have two volume profiles up. And also for the purpose of, but I do need to have the RTH volume profile up. That's very important to me. So if I have to pick one, it's that one. I'd certainly look at leg-to-leg delta volume more than I look at leg-to-leg actual volume profiles. It's a little bit too much for me to compute in the heat of the moment, if that makes any sense. So I just don't mess with it. Let's see. Let's see if this view up gets respected. We got this little node here at 63. The crazy offer from before is it's kind of relaxed for now. And NQ just hopped in here. Retesting the IB, retesting this spot here. So we'll see. We'll see if we can get continuation here. Why not? Let's see if we can get away with that. Also. So we'll keep that on. Let's see, put a view up here. Yeah. So this is an interesting spot when you're trying to see the confirmation of a turn or not. So intraday context shift is hard to catch, and you need you need some rules, you need some discipline. You need to look at a couple different signals to see it. So I like that see, I'm kind of getting killed on that NQ trade now that I got in it. Yeah, not great. NQ lost that IB low. It's VWAP is there 26. This is probably a better spot to get in. I have to take that L. That's okay. I was trying to watch. Okay, so we're watching here, and we're going to put one more. Okay, we'll bring this down to 1. I'm going to watch this order flow here. This is also the previous day low. Let's see. We got 5 minutes left till the turn. It's yeah. Yeah, I'll wait till this 5 minutes is up. Yep. That's nasty. Came down. Check that 660 guy again. Hey, Larry, the turn is another way to say each 30-minute increment of time in market profile verbiage or whatever you want to call it, jargon. So like every 30 minutes is a turn. Yeah. It's a little heavy. Okay. Yep. Nobody left here to absorb. That low's definitely ugly. There's nothing good about it. We'll see. We'll see what they can do. Three minutes left. NQ's back messing with the 420 guy again. It didn't really make it out outside of that -1 other than that quick blip that we took the stop on. Okay, got stopped there. It's not the world's worst low. Now, we'll have to leave this taper to make that a good low though. Yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Alex, yeah, 11:30 turn. Sorry, yes. When I say here comes the turn, that just means, or like 5 minutes till the turn, that's just me noticing that there's going to be a shift in context depending on what that turn increment is, But yeah, it's just jargon. There's a ton of jargon in trading, just like any other thing. A lot of it means the same stuff as other jargon. So sorry, I don't mean to be a jargon nerd like that. It annoys me when people say stuff like that and expect other people to know what it means. Okay. There's 11:30. He has tried to make another little single there. We'll see. Samuel says, still, what are your thoughts on how the market is going to react today after the rates? Not a clue, brother. Not a clue. I don't have a clue what the market thinks about anything like that. I know we're expecting a 25 basis point cuts. I know that another cool way to say basis points is bips. So if you want to be super fun, just start saying bips, and all your friends will be annoyed that you're a macro bro now. Yeah, that's still pushing. I wonder if we're going to get the overnight low. We might. We might. It's a rare event to run the high and the low. But it doesn't mean that it doesn't happen. So, something to think about. All this selling just now stepped back in after we broke through it. So these dudes are all being bigly rewarded right now for being short, for this selling. Not that they're short. I don't have a clue what their position is, but that was, I'm going to need to see above this now to be able to get long. At least in the context of the day so far. Yeah, we'll see what happens. Still lots of stuff in the morning to do. Oh, Regal says, I use the slope of the 3,200 tick 50-point average the same way that I use the VWAP slope. Okay. Interesting. And they almost match. That's fun. Yeah, dude, there's lots of stuff in this game like that where I can have an independent idea, you can have an independent idea that is completely different, and it can accomplish the same thing. That's cool. I've never thought. I mean, dude, that's a very specific number, 3,200 tick. So that's cool. Oh, Phoenix. Good morning, brother. Only bullish thing Phoenix is seeing with this selling in ES is that NQ has been much. NQ hasn't made a new low day, and that it has been much weaker since the open. Yes, it has. Oh, Fabio, that's not a bad short. I don't know how much is left. Again, because we've run the overnight high. We have now broken an IB. So we ran the overnight high and then broke the IB low. And those are really the only two stats that I care about on anything. So I just checked those two off, and then it's kind of like, okay, well, what's left in the day? NQ, much different. It broke its overnight low and broke its IB low. So that's a little more common. That's a little less weird. But we'll see. We'll see what happens. John, I was talking about volume taper, and that's not what we got. Another thing we can get down here is if we leave an exhaustive node, this is also a good example of, it's not a taper, but it's just as good. It's the same theory. I'd want to, and then I'll lean off this 60 spot. Whoops. Yeah, so that's what happens when you have the wrong so happens when you have the wrong brackets on, folks. That's the NQ bracket. I don't think we need a 15-point stop loss for ES today. It ain't partying that hard. All right. We'll go back down to 1. So I'll get some in there, and then I will lean. I'm just going to lean off this node for continuation back to VWAP. The buyers have kind of stepped in on both sides, so give it a shot. Yeah, it's flattened out. I think sometimes you gotta pull back from the screen a little bit, see the slope. It's not great. It's not flat. It's definitely getting choppy down here. This is a really bearish ledge. Yeah. Maybe I'll cut this. We'll see what we get. Okay. So this is what we want. We want it to test that node. Ugh. NQ's low. It's not cool. Not loving it. Okay, 1137. Okay, test the node. Test, test. Do you really shreddy? That's funny. Yeah, I got to pull back, like just kind of refocus. Sometimes you get too zoomed in, you know, not just on the screen, but happens in life too. You miss the forest for the trees, as they say. Okay, here's the node. If we're going to test it, here's the bid from the spot. Get back above the 60, and I'll add the second half. Or I'll just cut half now. We'll see. So heavy. Yeah. I'll take one off. It's not. Yeah, it's just not the best position. It's just not the best spot to be in. Yeah, maybe we'll get this overnight low. There's all kinds of stuff right here. So we're kicking off this. We're digging back through this trend right now, which is a lot of thin air. Always tricky to trade. So this is supportive here, but I mean we're below previous day stuff. Yeah, it's not awesome. And now it's made this low even worse. Trying to watch to see if this is going to be a little blue team stepping in even here to push. Poor NQ, so heavy. Yeah, okay. Back to the chat. What was that weird spike down during London? I don't know. Could be anything. They have news too. It surprises me sometimes, but yeah, sometimes they get little news drops in the night that do things. So who knows? Who knows what that spike was? The London pivot is not super like anything for me to write home about today. It seemed short off of it, and then it wasn't really any support this morning, so I don't seem to care about it to the upside. I do like this is what we're fighting with right now. Is this low? Not this wick low. So I don't. Yeah, that's definitely trying to grind through whatever this was. All right, NQ made its shot at. Okay, NQ filled 400s with a good splash. Now that's a low I could get behind. ES did not make a good low. So yeah, so this is kind of what you want to see. Not necessarily round number, but like you see all these lows here. It was kind of forming this flat, rounded bottom, but it's pretty flat. This is not good. So when you say Stowe, what's the good low? Why how do you determine a good low? It's just not this. So a good low is when this exists and then it quickly shoots down and reclaims that low again. So this low is now good. It's not necessarily good. And like, don't get your hopes up. You know what I mean? But when we talk about good low, bad low, it's that. Man, my chat, maybe I need like a Chrome update or something. My chat is all over the freaking place. I'm sorry. Mark wants to see the ugly chart. All right, Mark. Yeah. Get this baby going. Yeah. So this is what we're doing now. Monthly +1 all the way down here at 328. It's pretty far. The other thing that hasn't happened is we have not retested this weekly open yet. So this is actually a good week to look at the differences between the two. So I have these weekly bands inside of the large monthly band. So when I talk about doing things like creating context over multiple time frames, this is kind of what I'm looking at. So right now we are digging into the lower weekly band. We are well inside of, let me zoom in even more. We're well inside of the -1 to -2 standard deviations of the weekly band, which is this. So this is the weekly top, weekly VWAP itself, bottom of the weekly band, right? And we got previous week high right here. You just kind of ticked it, which is nice. But we haven't touched that weekly open yet, and that is a stat that is often hit at least by Tuesday. So that's interesting too. All kinds of interesting stuff. There you go, Mark. Ugly chart, ugly no more. You guys ever seen that great American film, She's All That? That was my joke when Leo gave me the nice chart. I was like, you took the glasses off the ugly girl. Thank you. Because she was always cool on the inside, you know? The jocks just needed to see her without her glasses to stop making fun of her. Yeah, and for what it's worth, that bounce didn't do. I mean, yeah. I mean, still in the daily context, we're still getting smoked over here. So not awesome. We need to make a higher high. Yeah. I got nothing good to say. Are you serious, Shreddy? You watched that for the first time? She's all that? Seriously? That's so funny. It's pretty hilarious watching those, watching movies from the 90s and early 2000s again. What was I trying to watch? My kid wanted to watch Beetlejuice. I was like, you sure? She hasn't watched it yet, but she was a little scared of the Minecraft movie, so I don't know how into Beetlejuice she's going to be, but that I was like, oh yeah, I remember this movie. This is a great movie. No, I'm not long for 420. Not today, Edwards. Not today. There's really not much for me to do on the thing today. Like I've got this one trade and I had to take half of it off or de-risk half of it, so because it looks like garbage. Yeah. Nope. Not much trading stuff today. Oh, was it British? Okay. So, England CPI, British CPI. What are we calling that place these days? I'll have to ask Kane. Is it England? Pretty sure it's still England, right? I'll try to save us, JS. I don't know if I can. We're going to need our hero, Mr. Jerome Powell, with a purple tie out there, doing exactly what market expects him to do. Maybe that will save us. I don't know. We'll see. Either way, I'll reiterate what I said earlier to Kane and Leo. Trading in the volatility of the FOMC speech, all that stuff, scalping inside of that can really mess with your, it's not only kind of insane to do it, but it can really mess with your process and expectations if you're not careful. And some of the biggest terrible lessons for me to ever have to unlearn were all from outsized gains that I received doing things that I shouldn't have been doing. It's one of the worst things you can do is make money the wrong way and build a bad habit for no reason. So for those reasons, I don't play around after noon on Fed days at all. It's just not worth it for me, because if I have a big day, I'm going to expect that same volatility tomorrow. And when it's not there, I'm going to force a bunch of trades. And so that's just my advice. I'm just a dude, but take that for what you want. Is it United Kingdom? So I can't say England anymore? Great Britain? Where's Kane when you need him? You know? Thanks, Donnie. Yeah, I mean, just like don't mess yourself up for no reason. This game is hard enough as it is. Phoenix, I'm just kidding. I know. Man, this thing is so heavy still down here. So this was the trend. Trend down and wait. Okay. That's fair. I guess it kind of did the thing. It's a little muted, but it still did a trend. Yeah. Wow, NQ is a lot cleaner. Man, I should have been looking at this. There we go. Yeah. I think this is what it usually does. This is what I've noticed, at least. It's not a crazy trend down or a crazy trend up, but it does trend in a direction until London closes, and then it will hang out. And this is where it's going to wait for the minutes. I don't think the inventory has been above us in a while. It's usually been a trend up. That's just anecdotally me trying to remember what happened. We do have reversal signs down here. Like this is a delta volume taper and a volume taper. And we've now retested the ledge. But yeah, I don't want to sit and fight with this thing on roll week. Oh, JD, I like ES. ES is fun.
Sto,
Jim, no way. Jim's back.
how are you, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Dude, I was thinking about you last week.
Oh, man. I can't. Tell me all about it. Was it awesome? Did you have the best time?
We had the best time.
Oh,
it was a great experience. One of the cultural phenomenons. One of the cultural phenomenons is in the middle of the old town of Rome.
Okay.
Is a giant rubber ducky store.
No way. Did they have business duck?
They had, I don't know what. Yes, they had business duck. They had Elton John duck. They had Hunter's duck. They had, you name it. They had it in all different sizes.
Oh, that's insane. Okay.
I have a video of it. I'll send you the video. It's the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Oh, that's so cool. We had in Pittsburgh there was like a month where this giant rubber duck showed up and just was parked off of the Point State Park for a while. I mean, it was like massive, like 5 stories. It was some art installation from somewhere. Yeah. So I guess I have a bit of a history with the rubber ducks.
It was something, but thank you. I missed you. But it was a great time.
That's awesome, man. Well, I'm glad you're back, dude. But yeah, all missed you very much, very much.
And by the way, so you got England. Is the country England?
Okay, cool.
Great Britain includes Scotland, England, and Wales.
Okay.
And then the UK includes Northern Ireland.
Yes.
So it's confusing, I know.
Well, they get a little grouchy about these lines too. Last I checked. It's a contentious thing. So yeah. All right. Well, good to know. Good to know.
And Brexit, there was not a lot of love during Brexit.
No.
Man.
Fair enough.
Anyway,
well, dude, glad you're back. Did you hear how do we do with the outros? Did you go back? Were you watching every day to make sure we didn't screw it up?
No, I did. You know what? I was a stress-free vacation, so I could not. But I did go back and see the greatest hits. We have a greatest hits clip, and they were all funny as heck.
Okay, good. That's good.
It was pretty good, man. You guys did a great job, though. By all accounts, you guys are awesome as usual.
Oh, thank you, brother. I'm so glad you're back. Jim's back. That's so cool. I don't have to say the thing anymore. That brings me joy. Because I worry about it. I got it written down on a note card here.
No, I have stickies. I have stickies surrounding my primary monitor with things to say and not to say.
Oh man,
my boss sees that. I'll be fired immediately. Anyway, all right. Well, hopefully we'll see what happens after 2 o'clock, 2:30. Hopefully we'll get back to some normal markets at least for the next couple of months or so. I know it's been a little bit brutal right now with not a lot of movement.
Yeah, I can't remember the last time roll week was like shutdown mode like this, but shoo, was it ever?
Yeah.
And
when you said you're going to be stuck in that trade all day, you will be.
I really might be. This is an investment. This is an investment, Jim. I'm going to earn 4% on this by the time it gets to 68.25.
It's your 10-year CD. Oh my God. In any event. Well, listen, I appreciate you as usual. I'm going to go ahead and wrap up the afternoon session with a really quick edge report. Found something kind of interesting I thought I'd share
Awesome.
with everybody. So everybody, thank you for the thumbs up for Stowe. Thank you for the subscriptions. We're getting close to that 150K. Thank you for spreading the word on social media and
Woo!
just wherever you are in this world. We greatly, greatly appreciate that for sure. You guys are the best chat there is. So thank you for being here. And Stowe, you are the best also. Thank you so much.
Thanks, brother. I'll catch up with you soon. Thank you, chat. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, all right. A couple of things. I was thinking about FOMC today. You know, we haven't had a rate cut for a while. I'm a rate hike or a rate cut, anything for a while, right? Everything's been kind of held constant. So I went back and said, all right, what's the last thing that happened? So in September 18th, we had this 50 basis point cut. And I have it surrounded with an oval, right? And that's right here. And I'll just line up my cursor so you can see it. A little baby candle, right? Little baby candle. And I thought, okay, it was a rate cut. What happened? It was 50 basis points. What happened between then and the next FOMC meeting? Well, the next FOMC meeting was November 7th. So I did a measurement and I said, okay, from where we started here to the day before the next FOMC meeting, the E-mini S&P rallied 256 points. That was over 35 bars or 35 sessions, 35 days. It's like, okay, so that makes sense. A big rate cut. The market liked it. Everything rallied. Everybody was happy. So then what happens next? So what happens next here, we have another 25 bip cut, right? That's November 2024. I have that circled with an ellipse as well. And I did the same measurement from that day to the day before the next FOMC meeting. And that 25 bip cut resulted in a 91.75 point rally in the E-mini S&P. And that took 40 days, a little less than 49 days, but 40 days. And so, okay, let's keep rolling here. We have another 25 basis point cut, December 18th, same measurement, and I brought it over to the next day before the next FOMC meeting, which was no cut, right? This is when we had consistent rates for all of the rest of the calendar year. And what happened at that point? Well, we cut, and then we ended up with down 60 handles or 60 points in the E-mini S&P. And so I was like, aha, what does that tell me, if anything? Well, we had a rate cut and a rally, rate cut and a rally, rate cut and not quite such a rally. So it's as much about expectations going forward as it is about what happened that session. So going forward, we all anticipate to have a rate cut, another 25 basis point rate cut. I think that's what that's what the market suggests anyway today. And so part of it's going to be that cut going further into the next meeting, what's going to happen in the next meeting, and also the expectation of what is going to happen getting into the next meeting. So part of it is the actual action the FOMC takes, and the other part is the expectations of the next action that it might take. So I thought that was kind of an interesting analysis. I thought we'd be talking about, we're going to talk a lot more about that a little bit later on today. Remember, we're starting early. We're starting at 1:20 this afternoon. We have, let me just remember here, so make sure I don't mess this up. 1:20 is going to be me. It's going to be, we're going to have Maggie Lake. Julian Brigden is going to be with us for a special pre-FOMC analysis. And then Maggie, me, Shai, and Craig Shapiro are also going to do a panel pre-FOMC or during the FOMC itself. And then trading the close after that is going to be Nick Furtick and XYZ. So a lot of great stuff happening this afternoon. And again, we're starting early, 1:20 instead of 2 o'clock. I know it's kind of a weird time, but that's when we're going to kick it off because of this FOMC anticipation. So we hope to see you there. We appreciate everybody being here with us as usual. You guys are awesome, as I just discussed. Thank you for the thumbs up and all of that stuff. And I will comb my hair for this afternoon. Don't worry about that. Hopefully we will see you soon. Thanks for coming.